More than Northwest Media, Electric Loot, and Sister T. Give them a great Sunday. Be right back. Have it. What's that? I didn't see it. Oh. I was not eating much today. Oh. Yeah, Tux is only getting 2 cans because I forgot about his other can that was sitting in the fridge after I until after I opened the first one. Biting me. Stop biting me. Come here. I popped her on the butt a couple times this morning already. I feel bad. She's been jumping out of the gate, man. I popped her once each time, but I still feel bad. I pop her and I toss her back in here. I'm feeling bad about it. Fucking dude. Still running around as crazy as ever. I'm fucking flared up, so my threshold for annoyance is lower than normal. I think so. That's why I'm fucking. It was just a, it wasn't like a, just enough to be like, don't do that. I don't know. I don't want to do that, dude. I don't want to do that. I wish the paper would work. And there aren't any extensions to put up there like I thought there were. Or I would have already gotten it. Those are built into other gates that I didn't buy. Oh, the mouse foot. Yeah, dude, I always tell you all that so you know what the fuck why I sound like I'm drunk and why I might be a little more, uh, or a little less able to control my temper, I guess. I don't know. Because I'm not getting very good sleep. It was so bad last night. I had to wake up in the middle. Well, when I woke up, I had to rinse my mouth out with a lidocaine rinse just to go back to sleep. Uh, I don't want to be on fucking medication every day for it, dude. They want to make me. I don't know, dude. They all got side effects and shit. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Good morning, Mark. Hope you have a good day so far, man. Ah. I guess I could just tape some cardboard up there. Joke every time I come in. I don't want to have to do that, man. It makes, like, you know, a little saying, this hurts me more than it hurts you. Fuck, man. Do that. Yeah, I'm all fucking gonna be heavy fucked up all day. She done stopped thinking about it. I'm gonna be beating myself up all damn day over it. Not knowing a better way to parent. Don't bite me! Biting me! No, no! Oh my god. Back to the biting stages. Hello, Sunday morning. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've gotten quite a lot done already. I got up at 5:30. Sit, shower, and shave, head and neck. Both litter boxes been emptied. Trash has been taken out. Feral cats have been fed. Indoor cats have been fed. Simon has been medicated. What else? Is that it? That's it for now. Oh, and I've gotten 2 different streams up. Takes a little time. Not as relaxing for me. This is the most relaxed I've been just today so far. Just sitting here and thinking about how I got to figure something out about the cat gate. Still not very relaxing because I'm stressed out about something. And I feel bad about Sweet Pea this morning. Hey, come here. Come here. Baby, come here. Well, your tail's still straight up. I still feel bad. Yeah, that's right. I haven't smoked it today too, so like I get in this pretty. I'm more depressed when I don't smoke weed. It puts me in a depressed state, and a lot of people that contradicts their beliefs on what weed is. To them, weed is a depressant. Weeds are not categorized as a depressant in the drug world. At least it didn't used to be. It was classified as a psychedelic, which in my mind means it has the ability to either be a depressant or a stimulant, depending on one's mind, one's chemical makeup, or one's environmental situation, one's mental situation currently. All that can affect how we, right? Since it's psychedelic. A stimulant? Let's see. A Oh, what? Dude, now it's not? Maybe they changed it. Back in the day, it was considered a hallucinogenic. It says technically not, but it does have hallucinogenic properties. Oh, what? Oh, what? When did they do this? Is this something new? It says it actually belongs to a class of drugs known as cannabinoids. Okay. So it's not a depressant, it's not a stimulant, it's a cannabinoid. So cannabinoids have hallucinogenic properties. There you go. But it does stimulate heart rate. It does increase blood pressure. So in that sense, it can be considered, I guess, a stimulant because it's they get the bloodshot eyes and shit, right? Oh, this shit. Come here. Come here. It says cannabis has largely not been regarded. Wait. Cannabis and classic psychedelics are controlled substances with emerging evidence of efficacy in treatment of various psychiatric illnesses. Cannabis has largely not been regarded as having psychedelic effects in contemporary literature, despite many examples of historical use along the classic psychedelics to attain. Wait, having. Largely regarded as psychedelic effects in literature, despite many examples of historical use along with classic psychedelics to attain altered states of consciousness. Research into the psychedelic effects of cannabis and delta 9 tetracannabinol in particular could prove helpful for assessing potential therapeutic indications and excluding the mechanisms of action of both cannabis and classic psychedelics. This review aggregates and evaluates the literature assessing the capacity of cannabis to yield the perceptual changes, adversiveness, and mystical experiences more typically associated with classic psychedelics such as psilocybin. This review also provides a brief contrast on neuroimaging findings associated with the acute effects of cannabis and psychedelics. The available evidence suggests that high THC cannabis may be able to elicit psychedelic effects, but that these effects may not have been observed in recent controlled research studies due to the doses, set, and settings commonly used. Research is needed to investigate the effects of high doses of THC in the context utilized in therapeutic studies of psychedelics aimed to occasion psychedelic and/or therapeutic experiences. If cannabis can reliably generate psychedelic experiences under these conditions, high THC dose cannabis treatment should be explored as potential adjunctive treatments for psychiatric disorders and be considered as an active comparator in clinical trials involving traditional psychedelic medications. And this is from 2024, January. So it's only a year old. This is on PubMed, National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnological Information, NIH, the main one. It's a real deal. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So it might not be officially categorized as such, but it's only because enough research hasn't been done on it, honestly. And back in the day, I always thought of it as a psychedelic because I think it was categorized as a hallucinogenic or a psychedelic at one point. And they changed it, just like how they all of a sudden decided gay wasn't a mental illness, or transgenderism isn't body dysphoria anymore. It's normal. Yeah, we keep seeing more level-headed. Who knows? I might not even a disciplined sweet pea the same had I smoked first. I don't know. I'm higher strung, more quick tempered, shorter fused, all that when I'm not smoking. And some like people that are against weed will say it's because I'm addicted to weed and it's like my body withdrawing off the weed, and all I have to do is like just stop for a couple months and I'll be back to normal, right? I won't need it anymore. I'm in. Better up. I'm in. I'm in. Stevie, come here. Come here. Oh. 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 Hey. Hey. Come here. Ow. Ow. Hey. What are we gonna do? Hmm? Mm-hmm. It was natural. Well, I mean, the argument against that is, well, heroin's natural. Or I guess it'd be opium's natural because opium doesn't involve any, or it doesn't need to be synthesized in any way. It's just a straight extraction from the poppy. Poppy, scrape it off, opium. And people will be like, well, that's natural too. You know, opium, Dan, you can ruin your life with opium, right? But be honest, dude, opium is probably more of a gateway drug for some people. It in itself, it's just like weed, dude. If you've never had it before, it tastes really cool. It tastes like jasmine or something, like some sort of like flowery sweetness. And the smoke is purplish. That's why I understand that's where the song "Purple Haze" come from. Purple haze all in my brain because it's like they were smoking opium. But I mean, I think they cracked down on opium to control the Chinese back in the day. I mean, they would just get off work after a long day's work and opium din it out, right? I mean, but some of them would probably get a little strung out on it. I can see because anybody can get strung out on anything, really, even weed, dude. There are people that even get strung out on ketamine. I don't know how the fuck that's a thing, dude. If you've never done ketamine, man, I just wanted that shit to be over with. That and like what's that other one? Salvia? Yeah, what? Why would anybody want to do that shit? I did K on accident once thinking it was blow. We ground scored it at a show after, and I tested it even, but it looked like it was blow from what it was testing at with the reagent kit. So we went with it. We thought maybe it was just a little cut in it or something. Well, me and my boy, we both boom, one bump. Which all there was pretty much. And like, a few seconds later I'm like, mm, that wasn't blow. The fuck? And I had never done K before. And he was like, oh yeah, that's ketamine. I was like, what? I don't like it. It's fucking weird feeling, man. He's like, yeah. And we were just like stuck on the couch for like, I mean, I could have walked around, but I didn't want to. I was just like, I don't want to fucking do anything, man. I just want to sit here and kind of sucks. Luckily, I was at home, but man, how long is this shit gonna last, dude? And I think that's what's so therapeutic about stuff like mushrooms and K, especially in large doses, because you feel like you're stuck in there. If you're made to face some things internally within yourself that have been bothering you, and you're stuck there, and it's like, holy shit, is this gonna end? And then when it ends, it's like, oh man, life ain't so bad after all, man. Fuck, what was I depressed for, man? This is, jeez, I don't have to deal with that shit forever. I think that's one of the main therapeutic things about mushrooms and okay. Now people are doing the K therapy sessions. Like people that are against it think that like people just want to go in a room and get high because they see Matthew Perry dies from ketamine, so it must feel great. He must be like he must get high as shit off of it, and I mean, why else would he have died doing it? Like it's a drug. We got to keep it out of people's hands. It killed a movie star now too. I remember seeing this dude at Red Rocks. He was stuck. He was just standing there with like this crochet mushroom in his hand and a necklace that it attached to. And I walk up to him like, "Hey, bro, you good?" He was kind of like doing, like shaking his head and like just holding this thing. I'm like, "What you got there, man?" I could tell that inside of it was a vial or something. And somebody else came over and was like, "Oh shit, hey, nah, bro's K'd out right now. Let's get him over to the side." We like moved him over to the railing and shit and told him, "Hey, put your shit away, man. Come on, chill out, dude. You gotta get your shit together a little bit here. You're looking kind of weird. You're about to get busted." I'll never forget that dude though, man, because it was like, whoa, this dude is risking it all right now for this shit. I don't even think I had tried it yet. I never really had a want to try it because I'd heard about K-holes and shit. I'm like, yeah, nah, I'm good. I don't want to be somewhere where I can't get out of it like that. Hey, everybody's doing mushrooms lately, Brody. Ted just did them too, a small dose, about 1.5 grams. See, when I go in, I usually go in kind of heavy with at least an 8 or maybe even a 1/4 with lemon juice. But I can't do that kind of shit now. I got too many responsibilities, dude. I need like someone to take care of my cats for a day for me to do some shit like that. Even then, I'd be paranoid that, I don't know, Simon wasn't getting fed or something probably. Have you done them with lemon juice? Lemon tech. You gotta lemon tech them if you want to really feel the power of this room. Ancient cultures have been doing it for millennia. If you go to Thailand, you can find areas where they blend up citrus fruits with mushrooms. It's called a magic smoothie. Look up like Asian magic smoothie stand. You'll probably find it, pictures of where they have them out there. Create them with grapefruit juice. Okay, yeah. Well, you want to be careful with the grapefruit juice thing, though. You know, that can cause withdrawals actually, and certain substances, especially Xanax, because it makes the Xanax stay in your bloodstream. It neutralizes the enzyme that breaks it down, so it stays longer and builds up. It can build up. But lemon juice does it. What it does is it almost skips a step. It doesn't. Well, no, it doesn't do it to all drugs. There's very limited amount of drugs that does it to. It usually says it on the bottle, but benzos are one of them. The lemon juice, though, what it does is it skips a step in your stomach. It actually it performs a step that would normally happen in your body. It happens in this jar before you drink it. So therefore, it hits you twice as fast and twice as strong. Lasts half as long too. So if you don't have 8 hours to dose your mushrooms, it's perfect for that. If you only want to go to a concert, you know, and by the time you're leaving, you want to be able to drive home, maybe walk around for 30 minutes or so, kind of walk it off, walk the craziness off of the show. Lemon tech's the way to go. You do it right before you walk into the show. You'll come up there, which will be a motherfucker. That is the hardest part of it all, coming up on 8 grams, 9 grams, 10 grams, whatever, with lemon juice, lemon tech, in the show. I would oftentimes have to walk away from the front row, get like, just move my wobbly moon legs up a little bit and walk around, talk to people. I'd always have sunglasses on too. That was a must, night and day. The lights were really bright on the front row, you know. It was like daylight. You need to lay down with your eyes shut? You can't walk around? Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I'd be dancing and shit. They'd be putting me up on the Jumbotron every now and then. I'd be talking to the front row security guard, tripping my ass off. But here's the thing: you haven't done lemon tech before, dude. So once you kind of break through with the lemon tech, you'll come up and it pops almost. And for me, at that point, I'm more social. I'm able to like actually. Okay, Tux, when sitting in the street next to the curb, chasing a bird or something. Oh, there's a dog coming up on the sidewalk. Maybe that's what he's. I can't believe he stayed that close to it. Oh, he's right next to the curb, watching the dogs as they walk down the sidewalk. He's watching Tux. Simon and both watching him. Oh, roaming around, or walking in the grass. He's walking in the grass, next to the sidewalk. He's sitting in the street again, the curb, looking, looking for a car. So I can't tell what he's looking that way. Oh, he left. He gone. Man, where are the cats? I got a lot of food out there today. We got like two, three, four, five, $4 or $5 worth of food sitting there right now. Come on now. Oh, and I would usually do it on the empty stomach. Also, when I did it, sometimes too fucking empty. The one time in particular, I was selling tickets all day long, and just it was hectic because I had a shit ton of them, and I had a lot of them left on the day of the show, so I had to walk the lots all day. And of course, I'm not taking them before doing that because I'm in business mode. I had to stay locked in. I had people offering me all kinds of shit for my tickets, and I had to make very good judgment calls. Money, drugs, crystals, all kinds of shit. But afterwards, like I would like try to get in at least for the main act if it was really taking me a while to get rid of them. I remember that day, dude. It was pretty lights, and it made it. I had a really hard time getting rid of the tickets because his people are fucking broke as shit, and stingy, and they ain't trying to like. I don't know. They're all trying to get tickets for less than face, pretty much. So finally get them all sold, and it's time to do my lemon tech. I mix it up in the car with the lemon juice and everything. It's like 8 grams or something. That was my norm. And down on my go in, and then I realized that I hadn't eaten anything like all day long, and I just did that, and like probably hadn't drank much water that day, and it hit, and it was like, oh shit, this is a little stronger than I was expecting. And then what made it worse was he was super late on coming out, so I was just sitting there like with the weird music going on. It was like the wait music on the front row, just waiting. And then when he finally did come out, turns out I found out from front row security, because I was good with him, he had OD'd backstage and they had to bring him back with Narcan. And he was still acting really fucked up while he was spinning, train wrecking a bunch of shit, talking over the music and shit. Like, it sounded horrible. His girlfriend had just broken up with him or some shit, dude. So yeah, he was going through it. But dude, I was tripping way too hard for that. And I had to leave the show early, dude. I remember I left the show. I was sitting in my car and I was like, I called a friend up. I was like, dude, I'm fucking stuck at Red Rocks, man. I need help, bro. I don't know what to do, dude. I'm freaking out. I'm tripping out, dude. And I ended up driving because I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, though. I'm freaking out. So I drove. And I remember I was driving through Morrison, dude, and it looked like I was on a spaceship going at light speed with the lights on the sides of me. And I didn't even know how the fuck I was even driving at that point. I was like, I'm doing this, but I'm doing it right. Oh, we're gonna get there. I got on the interstate. I got all the way to near like Morrison Hotel or something, where Morrison Hospital or something, wherever the fuck that was. And I pulled off the road because I was like, fuck, I can't do this anymore, man. I can't do it anymore. I'm about to kill somebody or something. I can't do it. I was tripping out. I called my friend up, the same guy with the ketamine guy. We did a lot of stuff together. I hung out, so I could try. Like, I knew that I could call him. Like, yo, what should I do right now? I'm stuck in this parking lot, dude. Wait. And he was gonna get up, bro. He's like, oh fuck, all right, I'll get up, dude. I'll come get you, dude. I got it. And he lived like, I don't know, 35 minutes away, dude. And I like kind of like slap myself a little bit, probably like put some cold water on my face or something. I was like, I don't know, man, fuck it. I can do it, man. I can do it. You know what I'm talking about here, man. I can do it. I don't know how the fuck I did it, dude. Right as I was getting near my house, I remember my calves started cramping up and shit for some reason really bad. Like, I felt like I was going to have a serious problem with the gas pedal and the brake pedal in a second if it kept doing that. But I ended up making it home. It was back to my car into the garage and everything, some fucking how. And holy shit, dude, that was probably the worst trip of my life right there. I felt like I was gonna die or kill somebody or something, dude, because I don't know how I did it, is the thing. Like, it's amazing how that works. Like, I was probably totally with it, but I didn't think I was. You know, like how I was able to do it. Like, it's not like alcohol where you think you're with it, but you're fucking not. Mushrooms are, oh shit, I'm fucking not with it, dude, but you actually are. It's weird. For instance, I was tripping my ass off with a friend, mushrooms, and our apartment, like, I had an inspection. That's a longer story than that. It was way crazier than that. The apartment was a fucking huge mess, dude. We were laughing and shit, and I couldn't stop fucking giggling while they were in there. But besides that, they couldn't. I asked the guy. I ended up asking the maintenance guy. I'm like, we ended up becoming friends afterwards, and he was into mushrooms. He was into smoking weed. We smoked weed together. And I asked him, hey, that day when you came by and you looked here, were you inspecting? Could you tell that, like, that was my friend's first time ever tripping on mushrooms too. He was visiting from Memphis, and I was tripping my ass off too because I couldn't stop giggling. And they're like, no, we just thought y'all were like really high or something, or like, you know, we just. It wasn't nearly as out of the ordinary for them as we thought it was. We thought that we looked like. I thought that there was a dead giveaway, dude. That they were gonna be like, holy shit, what's wrong with these two dudes? And that is what makes it more therapeutical than something like alcohol, because you don't feel good oftentimes in mushrooms. You feel kind of like on edge, and like the world is a little more dangerous than it was before being on a high dose of mushrooms. I mean, sure, when you're in a place like Red Rocks, it feels comforting and safe. But say you're walking down downtown LA in the middle of the night on those same mushrooms, it's going to feel the exact opposite. You're going to be like, probably freaked the fuck out. And so that's how they're so therapeutic. When people are able to get freaked out on themselves, and then the mushrooms wear off, and you're like, hey man, it's not so bad. I could have to live like that for the rest of my life on that shit and be freaked out constantly. And that's why it wears off for me over time, because I forget I grow far from the experience, so the impact of it wears off over time. It doesn't feel as real. It feels like, that was a mushroom experience, instead of like, oh shit, that's how life could be. The memory's still there, but the feeling wears off. I've done more mushrooms than anybody I know, dude. And I bought a quarter pound of them once. It was either a quarter pound or a half pound. It was a big ass fucking bag of them from a dude, because he needed money really bad. I got a really good deal on them, so I was like, all right, fuck it. And I went through them in like a year. I was sharing them every now and then, but it was mostly me. And then I grew them after that. But it's been so long now that it's all worn off. Angels are coming though here. January, I have to do something. I'm getting fucking fat. I'm drinking too much. I haven't been working out right. I need to get my asshole worked on. Literally. Need to start being more responsible with stuff like my oil change, and I don't want to clean the carpet in here too. I've never done that. You're driving a go-kart. What, my car? No, that wasn't the first time I drove tripping. Like, I would drive tripping all the time. Just that day, with the lack of food and walking all day and exerting myself. Because Red Rocks is huge. The lots, there's multiple lots. Like, I was tired. But, yeah, no, normally when I had a nurse ride with me once. A different nurse than the one that I got to throw up off the dabs. She went cow shopping with me, actually, when I bought the sectional that doesn't fit in this apartment, or this place. It fit in my last apartment, but she said that she rode in my car with me. She said that I looked completely normal, and that I was driving completely normal. And I think when I was doing that, I wouldn't do two. I would do like an eighth lemon text, but it would be like my breakfast. That day was my breakfast. I had yeah. I did it on an empty stomach and was just like, let's go meet this chick. I was crazy not too long ago, dude. I mean, that was about a decade ago, but I was. Colorado's different, man. California, I wouldn't feel nearly as comfortable doing shit like that, because you're surrounded by people there that are psychedelic minded. They're everywhere. You can see it in their clothing. You can see it in their jewelry, their demeanor. Sometimes, just how like calm they are. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of people in Denver that do psychedelics compared to California. Stop. Alcohol, I think, is used more in California, unfortunately, because we have so many Mexicans. I mean, Mexicans used to be known for smoking, all of them smoking weed. I think they're more known for drinking now, though, because we made it illegal. You know, I mean, we made it like the original law against weed was the El Paso Tax Act, Marijuana Tax Act, where they had to have a marijuana tax stamp to have it, and it was to control the migrant workers that would come from Mexico because they would want to smoke it after a hard day's work. I bet they were smoking it at work too to deal with the hard work. But since they started making it illegal on Mexicans, well, Mexicans started turning to alcohol more, and they started passing that shit down generation to generation, drinking alcohol. It's hard to get you know what I mean? It's hard to get a job sometimes. Like when you're looking at a citizen Mexican of America, it's harder to get a job if you got weed in your system. And since there are a lot of Mexicans in Colorado too. It used to be Mexico also, but I don't think there are as many. And well, it's not as capitalistic there, so people care less about money and making money and more about the ability to be able to have a job that allows them to do psychedelics, allows them to smoke weed. People out there have different uh, priorities. Sure, there is still capitalistic, like I was when I was scalping tickets out there. I was being capitalistic, but they saw that a lot of native Coloradans saw that as me bringing California to Colorado. What's up, Ted? I like how D Life does this. It keeps the comments up from like the days before. I didn't notice Kirby Rustler's comment until now. Oh, look, they're stuck again. I can run in the street like that, man. He's not running across. He's like running in the street like this. Where is me? Where was he talking about? Careful, man. Nobody knows. Man, I don't want to have to see him out there one day, not moving, or worse, still alive, all messed up. Ah, then I'll start thinking I did the wrong thing. Simon was licking Sweet Pea. They're both in the window looking forward, and he was licking her while she was looking forward. It was really sweet looking. I just watching people together. I need to clean that glass so I can see a little better. I was smudging the glass all up with your nose is. Come here. Girl. What's that? Dude, I think she's got a hairball starting to come up. Who's been Bill? Who's Bill? It's Bill. What are you talking about? The fuck is Bill, man? I don't know a Bill. Oh wait, this says weed is a hallucinogen right here. Healthline website. Healthline, whoever the fuck writes it, medically reviewed by Deborah Rose Wilson, PhD, MSN, RN, IBCLC, AH, and a BCCHT. She got so many motherfucking things after her name. 2023. It says, is weed a depressant, stimulant, or hallucinogen? Cannabis can produce a range of effects that vary from person to person, which makes it difficult to classify it as a single type of drug. What are the main drug types? Depressants, stimulants, hallucinogens, and opiates. So where does weed, otherwise known as cannabis, fall among these categories? The answer isn't as tidy as you might think. Its effects can vary widely from person to person. In addition, distinct strains and types of weed can produce different effects. As a result, weed can be classified as a depressant, stimulant, or hallucinogen according to the University of Maryland. However, it's never classified as an opiate. Of course it's not. So apparently it's all of them. Weed is a depressant. Weed is a stimulant. Weed is a hallucinogen. As a hallucinogen, I'm just going to read the hallucinogen part of it. Weed is perhaps most often stereotyped for its hallucinogenic properties or effects. While hallucinations are possible, they happen rarely and don't occur in all users. But the symptoms of weed, such as time distortion, are also part of hallucination. Hallucinogens are substances that alter your perception of reality either through changes in your sensory, perception, or visual or auditory hallucinations. Keep in mind that hallucinations and paranoia, which is associated with stimulants, are different things. While hallucinations are false perceptions of objects, events, or senses, paranoia involves a false idea that usually accompanied by suspicion. For example, a hallucination may make you see the person walking in front of you as an animal. Paranoia, on the other hand, might make you think the person has been following you in order to harm you. In addition to hallucinations, hallucinogens can also cause altered sense of time and space, loss of control over motor skills, increased heart rate, nausea, dry mouth, and detachment from self or environment. Weed can have all of these additional effects, which is why many people and organizations classify it as a hallucinogen. Over time, using hallucinogens can lead to speech problems, memory loss, anxiety, and depression. In rare cases, people may be left with psychosis, flashbacks, or a condition called hallucinogen persisting perception disorder. As a hallucinogen, weed doesn't do this, but it may cause both anxiety and depression, though it can also relieve these symptoms in some people. Remember, you can also develop a tolerance to or a dependence on weed, and smoking it can harm your respiratory system. So there you go. I mean, they say right there that it's not going to cause the common hallucinogen side effects. That's awesome, but it can cause anxiety and depression. But in some people, it actually relieves those symptoms, which I think I'm one of those people. Yeah, eating too much is different, though. Eating too much turns it actually more into a psychedelic, turns it more into a hallucinogen at high doses. But because it's, I mean, it's more therapeutic when you don't like it, ain't it? You come on through the other side of that shit, you're like, whew, sun's a little brighter today. Life's all right. I bet you were feeling better about life for a good couple of days after that. Is every little thing gonna be alright? Oh, really? Dude, a 300 milligram, though, they must have reeked of weed. It must have tasted more like weed than chocolate chip. Oh, here, I'll read the other ones too, because they're kind of interesting, probably. Weed is a depressant. Depressants affect your nervous system and slow brain function. Oh. Together, these actions can help to calm nerves and relax tense muscles. Depressants can help to treat several conditions, including insomnia, anxiety, or muscle spasms. However, depressants can also have negative short-term effects such as nausea, confusion, reduced motor coordination, low blood pressure, slow breathing, slurred speech, lightheadedness, blurred vision, short-term memory loss, and dizziness. Weed produces similar positive and negative effects, including relaxation, sleepiness, muscle relaxation, short-term memory loss, and dizziness. While depressants are generally less addictive than other types of drugs, some of them, like barbiturates, carry a much higher risk. Over time, you can also develop a tolerance to depressants, including weed, meaning you need to use more of it to feel the same effects that you used to feel. And that's true up to a certain point, actually. You plateau for sure, but it doesn't keep going, you know? Once you're dabbing like higher level or smoking higher level THC products, it's the same every day. It's not like a lot of others where it's not going to be able to do that, and eventually you're going to have to get more, or you're going to start getting like really bad withdrawal symptoms, stomach cramping and shit. Like something like cocaine or heroin or meth, even maybe. I don't know how that works. But do you plateau with all those too? I don't know, because I've never been on those like that. I would have benders would blow. That's about it. Okay. Here we go. In addition, smoking anything, whether it's tobacco or weed, irritates your airways. They can increase the risk of respiratory conditions, bronchitis, chronic cough, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we know that. That's all they had to say about that. Okay, weed is a stimulant. Weed is a mucinex. I usually like mucinex. Stimulants have the opposite effects of depressants. They often increase your heart rate and blood pressure, causing rapid breathing in some people. Stimulants can also improve your mood, especially right after you take them. While depressants often make you feel sleepy or relaxed, stimulants can make you feel alert and energetic. They can also help increase your attention span. Stimulants can also have negative and sometimes dangerous effects, including increased body temperature, paranoia, irregular heartbeat, anxiety, seizures, and heart failure. Weed is sometimes treated as a stimulant because it can cause... Sorry, it's hard for me to read because my flare up. It's not because I'm fucking retarded right now. I'm trying not to like scrape my tongue on my teeth, in case you're wondering. Alright. So elevated moods, racing heartbeat, anxiety, and paranoia all can be caused by weed acting as a stimulant. Remember, weed affects everyone differently. Some people might feel relaxed and at ease after using it, while others might feel highly alert or anxious. Weed carries fewer risks than many other stimulants. For example, methamphetamine and cocaine are highly addictive drugs that can have lasting effects on both your brain and body. As a stimulant, weed carries the same risks it does as a depressant. You can eventually become dependent on its mood elevating effects, and smoking it can lead to respiratory issues. They really give more information though when they talk about it as being a hallucinogenic, I feel. Because I feel like an hallucinogenic can act like a depressant or a stimulant, depending on the person's mindset, maybe even the terpenes. Way too much. Dude, mushrooms can do the same thing. I have a mushroom story where I actually took way too much, and what happened was I like I said, y'all, I had like a quarter, half pound of mushrooms. It was a shit ton of mushrooms, dude, and all dried too. So yeah, nah, of course, but I would blend them up in my little Ninja bullet blender thing attachment, and before I did the lemon tech, and I for some reason had blended up. Oh no, I had separated what we were going to do. That's right. I separated what we were going to do, but then when I separated it out, I put the wrong side in. So I wanted, it was two of us. I wanted it to be like, I don't know, 7 grams each or something. And the consistency should have been kind of like liquidy. Well, I ended up doing it and shit and realized that it was like 20 something grams up in there. Like 24 grams, and I was with a female that hadn't eaten anything too. I told we neither one of us had eaten dinner or anything, and the shit came out like paste. It was paste. It wasn't liquidy at all. So I'd definitely put the wrong end in. So I tried to like kind of estimate how much we were taking, and I definitely didn't do it right, dude. We were fucking stuck on the floor. I was stuck on the floor and couldn't move, dude, on that one. And she was stuck, and then like she couldn't like neither one of us could do anything. And then she ended up wanting to drive home all of a sudden. I was like, you fucking sure? Because we were like feel like all of a sudden sober a little bit. And then she ended up leaving, and then I was by myself, and I was like, holy shit, we're not fucking sober, dude. I went in the bathroom, we looked in the mirror, I was like, oh my god, she's driving right now? And then I really started fucking freaking out, dude. Like, what have I done, dude? I'm gonna get brought up on some crazy charges right now, and like, and she could get hurt, like, oh my god, everything is, holy shit, what is happening? Like, her safety was paramount, but at the same time, I was like, secondary to that was that's could have possibly come back on me somehow. And then I started purging really bad, dude. I was like shitting everywhere. I was throwing up and shit. Like, I went to sleep. I think I went to sleep and I woke up purging is what happened. I went to sleep and like 30 minutes, an hour later, I was shitting straight liquid. It was like I was having a colonoscopy the next day or something. And then I was puking. The most purging I'd ever had tripping. And I had eaten it on an empty stomach. I don't know how much I ate that day. It was probably like 15 grams or something. or more with the lemon juice too. It was definitely an experience, and I flared up super bad afterwards too, because it was so stressful. Oh, come here. You don't want to hang out? Yeah, some see that the purging as part of it, and part they want it to happen. It's like getting out the evil, getting out the bad juju, man. I thought I was dying though. I remember tossing and turning in the bed, thinking I'm fucking dying. This is it. I remember just getting back in the bed and just being like, oh, after the purge. Like I thought it was done, bro. I thought I was going back. I was able to go to sleep now. So, we're not quite done yet. Simon was there. He was the only one there with me. He remembers. I probably had him in the bed with me. He was probably comforting me. Yeah, he's sitting. He's leaning on the armrest. He's using it like a pillow. My sweet peas. Whoa. Well, Tux ate 2 cans of food by himself this morning. Oh, thanks, buddy. Another what? I saw Trident a Crossback across the street. Oh, there's Tux. He's running after. Dude, he's always chasing Trident. Trident might be a female. Maybe that's Sweet Pea's mom. What if Sweet Pea actually walked from across the street to over here and was in the grass, and then I just happened to get her and put her up underneath the house? I'll never know. I don't remember hearing her before that morning. I don't remember thinking that there was a cat under the house before that morning with her out front. And she might have went underneath, like wanted to go anyway because it was a hole, and it seemed safe because it was a hole. Maybe she was never even born under there. Fox is a dad. I don't know if that could that be possible with her color pattern. Hmm. That's interesting. I need to have a test done, a genealogy test on them, huh? You can do that now. Did you see how Simon's sleeping? Hard to tell, probably. On his hand is on the armrest right here. So he's resting his head on his arm, and all that's kind of resting on me. He's got quite the setup here. It was very secure. The other arm is dangling down there. But he's got me slouching right now. I need to sit up a little bit. I need my arm back, buddy. Back, okay? Oh, I know. I go. I used to be comfortable. I know. Oh, my arm is in between him. That's what's going on. It's underneath him. I didn't realize. It's okay. My arm was underneath his chest and everything. I really liked that. He really liked that. Hey, here you go. I just had to move my arm, buddy. Like I was cradling him, kind of. You're gonna go now. I can tell. See you later. Go in there. He stayed. Dude, every day feels like the same day to me. And I think a lot of people would be like, "Yeah, it's because you don't do anything every day. You just sit here, you fucking loser." No, it's because I do the same shit every day with the cats. Like right now I got 15, no, I got 45 minutes. It's gonna be pill time. Then all the cat stuff. It doesn't end to a certain time, and I dude the get having to give them the medicine at 10 and then feed them at 12. It's a trip, man. I feel like I'm an astronaut. I feel like I'm in the service a little bit, like because that's the kind of shit you got to do. You got to just get up in the middle of sleeping and go do some shit, kind of thing, you know. I mean, it's like having a kid, though. I guess it's like having a kid, but not as involved, probably. Because you don't, I don't have to get up for like an hour or two in the middle of the night feeding a kid. It's not. It's a taste of it having to do something like that. Well, the thing is, it's not going to just end though with him in a year. It might even get worse. Like I've already been doing it for a year. So Sunday feels like Monday, feels like Wednesday. They all fuck. No, actually, Wednesday, I don't like Wednesdays because then I have to do even more shit because I got to take the trash out and bring it back in. So Wednesdays are the only day that I'm like, fuck, Wednesday. Hmm. And she still acts starving in the morning. I'm starting to wonder if she's got something wrong with her. With the amount of waste products that she has, as well as her hunger. Just she finishes her bowl in like a minute or two. I'm not even exaggerating. It's crazy. I don't know how she does it. When Simon takes 2 hours to finish the same amount of food.
At first glance, it looked.
Every day is Groundhog's Day. Yo, who was it that said the Groundhog Day thing? Was that Putin? Recently? He was like, what the heck? He knows what Groundhog's Day is?
At first glance, it looks like business as usual. A pallet of goods pulled to a dock for loading. But look a bit closer. That garage door has a hole cut in it. The men unloading the goods are thieves who walked away with $500,000 in stolen electronics just outside Dallas, police say. Amid the holiday shopping crush, burglars are now targeting warehouses, semi-trucks, and trains, with Monday expected to be the peak day for criminal activity.
We have about a 4-day period where the freight terminals, the ports are thinly staffed and very quiet. And that's when the criminals like to strike.
This video appears to show thieves crawling on the floor during a break-in at a computer warehouse in North Carolina this month, just weeks after dozens of criminals were seemingly caught on camera raiding this freight train.
Dude, I was watching that shit live. I was thinking about going live with it, but I didn't know how long it was going to last. I couldn't believe it. They just kept going, dude.
In Chicago.
It's very lucrative for them. It's low risk for a lot of prison time in their eyes and very high reward. A truckload of liquor could be worth $500,000.
Last quarter, CargoNet recorded a 14% increase in cargo theft across the U.S. and Canada, totaling more than $39 million. The hottest commodities, alcohol and electronics, the majority of which are stolen from California, Illinois, and Texas. And now, experts say fraudsters are becoming more sophisticated, even hacking into email accounts to coordinate fake shipment pickups. Ultimately, who pays the price for these
fuck
crimes?
you, mama.
In the end, we all do.
Sending your nose up to my food like
because
that.
It costs the cargo and freight companies more money for security, for cameras, for GPS tracking. That's passed on to the consumers.
Back near Dallas, 7 people were arrested in connection with that warehouse heist,
damn good
part
food
of a
out there.
multi-million-dollar operation responsible for thefts across the area. Busts like that can take months, experts say. Until then, shoppers may be the ones left holding the bag this holiday season. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the end.
Definitely eating somewhere else, dude. You didn't even eat the scraps out of the fancy feast bowl.
Our top story at 6:30. It has been 3 weeks since we first reported the disappearance of a Maui woman passing through LA.
Her family now speaking out this morning, saying the investigation is not going how they'd hoped. KTLA's Jacqueline Sarkeesian live in Hollywood this morning with why they're pointing fingers at police. Hi, Jacqueline.
Hi, good morning to both of you. Yes, this woman missing is Hannah. Like you guys mentioned, it's been more than 3 weeks since she was last seen at LAX. Now, her mother and sister releasing a statement on Facebook last night claiming investigators are reporting false information about the case and that there's been a lack of communication between the family and those investigators. Now, let's show you a little more of that statement. Like I mentioned, this was posted on Facebook. The sister, Sydney Kobayashi, goes on to say, quote, "The lack of communication surrounding some important details has left us feeling excluded from potentially crucial developments. However, we do remain optimistic that the Los Angeles Police Department is doing everything in their power to assist us in locating Hannah." It's been a little more than 3 weeks since Hannah was last seen. She's from Maui and flew from Hawaii to LA for a short layover as she was heading to visit her aunt in New York City on November 8th. However, she never got on that connecting flight. According to family, she went on to a LeBron James event at the Grove 2 days after missing her flight. She texted family members saying she was scared and frustrated. Her phone was then pinged back to LAX the next day, but her last known location was the Pico metro station near Crypto.com, where she was seen with an unknown person. From that point on, authorities and family started searching for Hannah, her father even flying to LA to help.
And then getting thrown off a parking garage by somebody.
So many people love you. You're just a beautiful girl, inside, outside. You know, just reach out if you can at all.
Shortly after the father spoke, things really took a turn for the worst. A week ago today, Ryan Kobayashi was found dead in a parking lot near LAX, right where the search was centered. LAPD says he died by suicide. It's been reported that the police department determined Hannah intentionally missed her flight to New York. Her sister and mother disagree. According to the LA Times, the flight tickets were purchased by Hannah's ex-boyfriend before they broke up. They decided to go on the trip anyways because he could not get the money back. The plan was to go their separate ways once landing in New York. As far as search goes, the sister says the family is looking in all parts of LA County as well as San Diego County. We did reach out to LAPD for an update, but have yet to hear back. Reporting live from Hollywood, Jacqueline Sarkeesian, KTLA 5 News.
Wait, what? There's no info on where this dude's at? What kind of fucking bullshit story is this? Release the video with the mystery man, that too. Why aren't they releasing the video with the mystery man? What the fuck, dude? Don't they want the public to find her? Yeah, everything's weird about this. Somebody says something isn't right about the story. The suicide, the daughter's strange daughter's strange decisions, the missing boyfriend, the family's public messaging, the police. Everything is weird. LAPD claims to have access to every camera in LA County, but they can't find her or any footage seems suspicious. LAPD. What a joke of a department. Where is the boyfriend? Ooh. Ooh. We were saying that there are cameras where he jumped in the garage, and so I don't know. They actually had a camera shot of him jumping, maybe. They didn't say that they have a camera shot. A lot of people think she disappeared on purpose.
Well, after raising more than $1.5 billion during her failed election campaign and ending up with $20 million in debt, it seems Kamala Harris is desperate for more cash because the vice president is still reportedly pumping Democrat donors for money weeks after the election loss. Joining us now is journalist, writer and co-founder of
like
the
a multi-millionaire
podcast, Brad Palumbo. Brad, good to see you. Look, either the Democrats have no idea how to manage money or can't read the room. I suspect both at this point. But how bad of a look is this?
It's pathetic and insulting. I mean, you blew $1 billion, including on celebrity endorsements and building six-figure podcast sets to be built up for an hour interview and then torn down. And yet.
Do you think Trump paid for any of the celebrity endorsements? Like, I don't think he had to pay Kid Rock to be there. or Hulk Hogan to be there? What do you think?
You have the audacity come to hardworking Americans who can barely afford to buy groceries, many of them, because in part due to the Biden-Harris administration's policies, and say, give us more money. We squandered it all. Now we're millions in debt. They should hang their heads in shame. But also, any American, I mean, they send these fundraising emails because they work, right? And any American who is actually still giving these people money needs to get their head checked, because you could be sending malaria nets to Africa. You could be feeding the homeless, but instead you're giving Kamala Harris more money. At this point, so people, their capacity for stupidity sometimes does amaze me, honestly.
Some of them play PUBG too, I can tell.
Brad, Hollywood star George Clooney is reportedly furious that Barack Obama used him to force President Joe Biden out of the US election. Clooney's newspaper article calling for Biden to stand aside for Kamala Harris was widely credited for changing the course of the election.
You took a big swing, and thank God you hit that ball out, because
it could have gone very badly.
It could have gone very, very badly.
Still go badly.
Well, listen, I don't know. I mean, it seems to be going pretty well right now, but.
Yeah, well, it did go badly for the Democrats. Kamala Harris, of course, was trounced in the polls, but Brad Clooney is now complaining that Obama, who sort of manipulated him into doing the dirty work on his behalf, has now left him to take most of the blame for the election
had
loss.
something to do with it. What?
Yeah, I mean, that take aged like milk. Obviously, we don't know how Biden would have done, but it is kind of hard to imagine he could have done that much worse than Kamala Harris. I mean, this is a historic loss. It is kind of sad in a sense that Obama and other members of the Democratic elite didn't have the courage to say publicly, yes, Joe needs to step down, and instead they outsourced that dirty work to a celebrity actor. But it did need to be said, and I will give him some credit for actually sticking his neck out there and saying, yeah, listen, this guy, he can't cut it, because we all knew it. Everyday Americans knew it, that Biden was no longer up to the job and was going to get trounced by Trump most likely. But I think where this train of thought fell apart was saying, and that's why we need to give Kamala Harris the nomination with no primary. That turned out to be a massive mistake, as anybody who was honest and followed her political career before this and knew she had the charisma of a wet blanket and randomly for no reason would have told you it didn't work out very well.
Yeah, it was blatantly obvious, Brad, that it certainly didn't work out well. Now, look, the bitter banshees, still bitter from Trump's victory at The View, have thought of quite a novel idea, I'll say. I'll let them explain it.
Should Biden pardon his son, Hunter?
What, can he do that?
I would pardon my child. I don't even have kids. I'd bury a body for my child. We just saw Donald Trump, his indictments go away because he's in power.
Hold up. That bitch just said I'd bury a body for my child. My parents don't even answer a fucking text message, dude. Holy shit. This woman's out here willing to go to prison for life? What? I doubt it. There's no fucking way. Shut up, lady. What is that called? What's the word for it? Virtue signaling? Is that the word for it? Virtue signaling. Expressing opinions that will be acceptable to others. Backing an idea to make others think the signaler's position is the right one. Conspicuously displaying awareness of political issues, social and racial justice matters, and more. Conspicuously. Is that what you see virtue signaling? Virtue signaling is the act of expressing opinions or stances that align with popular moral values, often through social media, with the intent of demonstrating one's good character. Yeah, that's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. She would actually do what she's saying.
news that I have is when you look at the charges that Hunter Biden was indicted on, less than 0.09% of the population is are indicted on that charge. And so it's basically close to zero. So
yeah, that's because there's so few people that are doing the crazy shit that he was doing, and most people aren't fucking millionaires. What is the population of the country that is a millionaire or multimillionaire like he is? We got to go there too. That's why it's such a rare indictment, right? Why are all these ladies so stupid?
I actually think that the only reason he was indicted is because his last name is Biden.
Right, okay, so we're talking here felony gun charges and tax evasion, Brad. But more importantly, how do you like the election result? Is there justification for this?
It's all comically absurd, but I'll say this, it is true that only a tiny amount of people are prosecuted for the crime that Hunter Biden was prosecuted for. But what she failed to mention was that Hunter Biden wrote a memoir confessing to it. He wrote a book where he detailed his extensive drug use at the exact same time that he signed a federal form to purchase a gun attesting that he was not using drugs. So he lied on a federal form to buy a gun, which is a felony gun offense. And the Democrats are the party of big gun control advocacy here in America. So it's a glaring hypocrisy. And yet they're acting like it's no big deal or as if he's a victim.
Because that's the one they're talking about.
I will say this, though. Morally, he did the crime. He should do the time. But if I was a lame duck president, maybe I'd pardon my son too, honestly, because you have nothing to lose. You don't have to get reelected. I wouldn't want my son to see the inside of a jail cell. So would it be the right thing to do? No, but would it be kind of understandable on a human level? I honestly have to say I think it would be.
Brad, if people think Kamala Harris lost badly in 2024, it's rumored the Democrats are considering a candidate who could do even worse in 2028. It's being seriously reported that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will run for president next time around.
There is no way that works for them. Can you imagine?
Danica, I've got to say, in a twisted, perverse
what
kind of
be
way,
voting for
I'd
that?
like to see it.
Oh, God, help us. America would be cooked if that woman got into the Oval Office. I mean, she's a far-left ideologue. She obviously represents a tiny district in America, just a little portion of New York City that's incredibly extreme. And she does have charisma. I will give her that. I think she'd in some ways be a more compelling candidate than Kamala Harris on the stump. But she's also unhinged in many ways and has dangerous positions that would steer this country into an economic crisis. And she's also demonstrated a real disdain for our Constitution. And I really am concerned that they would see her as a legitimate candidate. But it does make sense. She's a social media star. The Democratic Party keeps sprinting further and further towards the extreme. Today's Democrats make even second-term Obama look like a moderate Republican. So if they keep on their current trajectory, I mean, AOC for president is not that hard to imagine happening, but I think it would be a dark thing for our country if she ever actually got power.
Brad, you're absolutely right. It would be a dark day indeed. Thanks for helping us make sense of America. We appreciate your time.
Oh, fucking guy's face was chiseled. What's going on? They looked at that dude, they're like, you're hired. His teeth are perfect too, man. And he's very well spoken. I've never even heard of the guy, but Australia has him somehow on their news. What?
The stripy hat is back on. That usually means 7.
This guy's going to try to carbonate
a very expensive whiskey. Much this. Turn it away from
whiskey
me so that when it explodes, I don't get covered in whiskey, and we shall carbonate it for triple flagellation. At this point, I have to remind you, as usual, that you're only supposed to carbonate water in SodaStream type units, or the many other Vivo. Is it Vivor? There's many other brands now from China that all use the SodaStream bottle. Interesting. Oh, it's taking quite a lot of carbonation. I should also mention that I chilled the Jack Daniels in the fridge for a long time. That is... What the heck? There it goes. First fargulation. Second fargulation. It looks like Guinness. Triple fargulation. Okay. So I shall gently let the pressure off. Why is there foam at the top? And if this takes ages to settle out, which it shouldn't, usually whiskey and other things hold carbonation well. If it takes too long, I'll pause. But it's starting to clear. It's getting there. I'll try not to do what I did in the past and just let the pressure go in. And it was just whiskey was pouring out the bottom of this unit. Oh, it's there. It's there. And we're ready for some carbonated liquor. That's assuming you remember to plug the microphone in like I didn't last time and just look like a dick holding it up here. But I'm going to pour it into the glass now. Glencairn glass, a slightly grubby Glencairn glass. That is quite a lot. That is not a small portion of whiskey. Anyway, let's taste this.
So good.
Carbonation always makes things super strong. That's quite a strong tasting whiskey. I could have told you it's quite a bitter whiskey as well. That's quite odd. But is it any good? Well, is any carbonated beverage not good? This is good. So to answer the question, can you carbonate Jack Daniel's No. 7? The answer is yes, you can. Should you carbonate it? Yes, you should. Should you wear big American overalls while you're doing it? Yes, absolutely, you should.
All right, then. That's all that. I was hanging out for a lot today. I don't know why. He's acting kind of weird today now, too. UPS to lay off 300 plus employees at Oklahoma City facility. Mail there. What are you talking about? There's something about mail? I'll see it. Oh, mail, Canada. Yeah, but you have inside the Jack single barrel strength, have you?
Do we need to talk about 300 black people dying in Tulsa in 1921? Do we need to talk about the Red Summer of 1919? Do we need to talk about the savage brutality in Wilmington, North Carolina? Should we talk about the constant bombings and beatings and lynchings that took place? Should we talk about the group of black soldiers who killed white folks in Houston for how they were being treated? We can go on and on and on and on and talk about Rosewood. We can go all across this country. And this son of a bitch has the audacity, the unmitigated gall to sit in front of a group of black people and explain to them how in the hell we should equip our boys and girls to be resilient. Real simple, Briar Kennedy. Fuck you.
Roland S. Martin, you should be ashamed of yourself. You are a complete disgrace to black people. You should be repulsed with yourself for constantly puppeteering your black.
Dude, I love that she has an African accent with all this because she's a real black person. You know she's real. You know for sure she's real.
Black listeners by playing on their emotions. Each time black people start waking up and start trying to think for themselves, you crawl out of your woodwork and start sowing your seeds of hatred, your seeds of self-doubt, your seeds of victimhood, your seeds of marginalization, your seeds of I am not good enough, your seeds of deception. Because you do not want black people to be liberated. Because you know that black liberation would mean that you're out of business. Because in reality, the number one thing that puts food on your table is victimizing black people and always poking on the historical incidents that happened way before any of us was born. This man does not care about black people at all. He's only using them for making money. Because if he cared about black people, I don't think he would have a single problem with what Robert F. Kennedy told his black supporters a while back. We're going to be watching Roland S. Martin react to Robert F. Kennedy's words, and we're going to discuss his reaction. But before we get into all that, I just want to implore you to like this video and turn on the notification bell. Subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and consider buying me a coffee or joining my membership if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. All right, let's quickly take a look at this disgraceful man reacting to these uplifting and empowering words of Robert F. Kennedy when he was addressing his black supporters. Let's go.
Well, he had some comments about black people and how we need to deal with racism. I just rolled it.
So I don't think you can change that part of human nature. What you can do is you can make kids resilient against it. And the way you do that is by giving them a great education so that they know that they have potential. And the other thing is to give them business models, role models, and opportunities within their own neighborhood. You know, black men who are running barbershops, who are running bars, who are running dance studios, who are running local businesses, restaurants, etc., and who are part of that community. And you know, when I was a kid, my uncle was the first Irish Catholic president of our country, and when he ran for president, there was a tremendous resurgence in anti-Catholic sentiment in this country, and a resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan. I remember crosses being burned when I was a kid against an anti-Catholic president. A lot of other, I was called a Mick, a mackerel snatcher, all these anti-Catholic slurs when I was a kid. But it never bothered me. If somebody called me that, I would think that guy's got a problem. But I didn't think I have a problem. And that because I had a great education, I had a family who loved me, I had role models in my country, I had confidence in my own future. Oh, you know, those kind of things had no impact on me. And that's the kind of resilience that we want to give the black American children, so that they have so much confidence in their own future that when they do encounter inevitable racism, that it will bounce off them, that they'll be, you know, like the Avengers, they'll be immune to it. And then we don't have to stop racism altogether, because we're never going to be able to do that, but we can have children that are not affected by it, that don't internalize it, that don't see it as their problem. They see it as the person whose racist problem.
I'm gonna have to take a walk. I'm
Yeah, this is like an exhale moment.
A lot of deep breaths.
Yeah, we supposed to let.
I'm gonna take a minute to inform all of you that I'm a rotten piece of shit. Yes, I'm a disgrace to black community, because instead of taking inspiration, instead of, you know, taking empowerment from these words, instead of seconding these words and encouraging my people to fortify themselves, invest in their lives, and not have a breakdown at the mention of a single word that maybe starts with an N, I'm gonna feign outrage and I'm gonna pretend that I'm seriously offended by these empowering words. This man went on his show and decided to react to an old clip of RFK addressing his black supporters. Robert F. Kennedy was essentially telling his supporters that as black people, we should strive not to remain victims of racism. Yes, racism will always be there. Racism will never go away, because there will always be horrible human beings who will always be racist to other people. And these horrible people come in different colors and different races. We can never get rid of racism. But what we can do as black people is to never let it put us down, okay? To never see ourselves as victims. What we can do is to be resilient against all odds, and we can achieve this by giving our kids a great education, by setting them up to succeed in life, raising them right, investing in their future, making them confident and secure that they have a great future to look forward to. These are the words a man who loves his people would say to them. These are the kind of inspiring words that make people break barriers and achieve great accomplishments. But to a man like Roland S. Martin, a man who some black people see as a leader and a role model, a man who is supposed to love and care for black people's success, to this man, these words are racist. Well, let's hear more.
We're supposed to sit here and tolerate this ignoramus trying to tell black people, folk who are the descendants of people of African descent, who were kidnapped and taken from Senegal, from Ghana, from Sierra Leone, and other African nations, and transported across the Atlantic and dropped off in Brazil, in Jamaica, in Haiti, in the Dominican Republic, all across the Caribbean, before arriving here. The millions that died in the transport, and then those that came here and were savagely beaten and treated and shamed and degraded. Black women who had babies cut out of their womb. Black men who had their penises cut off. Do we need to describe what white folks did in America to the body of Nat Turner, where his entire body was mutilated and held up like a trophy? Do we need to talk about 300 black people dying in Tulsa in 1921? Do we need to talk about the Red Summer of 1919? Do we need to talk about the savage brutality in Wilmington, North Carolina? Should we talk about the constant bombings and beatings and lynchings that took place Should we talk about the group of black soldiers who killed white folks in Houston for how they were being treated? We can go on and on and on and on and talk about Rosewood. We can go all across this country. And this son of a bitch has the audacity, the unmitigated gall to sit in front of a group of black people and explain to them how in the hell we should equip our boys and girls to be resilient. Real simple, Ryder Kennedy, fuck you.
Woo.
How dare you stand there and say it to black people?
All this outrage simply because a white man said what a black man is supposed to be saying to his fellow black people. He is mad because a white man is rooting for black people to win and excel in life. How dare you? How dare you encourage black people not to see themselves as victims? How dare you? He immediately started recounting all the hardships that black people went through in the past just to get them to be emotional and feel more victimized. Black people, remember that you were enslaved, that you were beat, that you were raped and discriminated against. So don't tell me that after everything that you went through, that your ancestors went through in the United States of America, you still want to look past these things and excel in life. No, we must remain victims even though we now have all the opportunities available for us to achieve great heights. His entire argument is just saying that since black people experienced slavery in the past, we should all get stuck in self-victimization, blame the system for any misfortune that comes our way, and never move past the slavery that none of us alive ever experienced. That is the end point of all his tantrums. Because tell me what is wrong with RFK's words. Just tell me. Black Americans now have ample opportunities in America now more than ever to succeed and excel in life. As far as the world is concerned, the United States of America is the only country that would give people from all walks of life equal freedom and opportunities to achieve greatness. The truth is that racism would always exist as long as human beings exist. It is part of human nature. Just like sin, it would never go away. Even in African countries, we see racism playing out heavily, but we don't necessarily call it racism because the people perpetrating these racist acts to others also share the same skin color and race with those people they are being racist against. So we call it something different, but it is just the same as racism. The most important thing is that America as a country does not support racism, especially racism towards black people. In fact, the system is currently set up to favor black people and people of color above everyone else. That is why everyone who is looking to climb up the success ladder these days is now claiming to be black or have a black ancestry. Roland Martin, if you don't want black people to be resilient against racist, nasty individuals and to set up their life in a way that gives them confidence in themselves, what would you have them do? Play the victim? Ask for handouts from the government because of the injustice that their ancestors went through? Remain weak and a punching bag for these nasty racist individuals who will always be racist? Please tell me, because all you did was talk about slavery that was over centuries ago, but you never pointed out what black people should do moving forward. You are deceiving gullible black Americans and tricking them into remaining perpetual victims. Because our ancestors went through injustices doesn't mean we shouldn't be successful and excel in life. But that is exactly what you are telling us, that we should remain victims because our ancestors were victims. So shame on you for keeping black people stagnant with your deceptive words. I wish the eyes of your black followers would be opened so that they would truly understand that them being victims means you make more money on their heads. You should really be ashamed of yourself. But these are my thoughts. These are my opinions. You can disagree or agree with me, but do so respectfully in the comment section below. Again, if you're not yet subscribed to my channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
This is a new one.
About security. Give me my money. I'm not your bitch. I'm not your bitch. I will call my son to whoop your maggot ass. Go ahead. Corey. Shit. You think I won't, motherfucker? You think I won't? Give me my money back.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you're welcome back to Modi Speaks. I know most black people are angry with me for calling out fellow black people who have chosen to never give up on the degeneracy. Modi, you are black, yet you keep exposing your own people. Why don't you just focus on these white people alone? Have you no loyalty to your race? How could you expose your own people? Well, for starters, I have no loyalty to any race. I am only loyal to the human race and to morality. So if I come across evil being perpetrated by people who look like me, I would call them out irrespective of the fact that I am black. If I come across evil being perpetrated by white people, I would still call them out. I know that speaking out against evil helps in correcting immorality and discouraging future perpetrators. I mean, see what we were able to achieve by calling out the evils of DEI. Now, many big corporations have slashed and ended their DEI programs, including companies like Walmart, Ford, Harley-Davidson, and a host of others. So it is very important to engage in this type of conversations that involve constructive criticism. If you want me to stop talking about it, then you must stop committing these acts of depravity. Short and simple. But as long as you keep doing these kind of crazy things, yes, I am going to be here talking about it, calling you out on your degeneracy. If you keep doing the kind of things that this crazy woman displayed in this video, then I'm afraid I would keep exposing these actions. So today, we're going to be looking at this crazy woman who, for whatever reason that I do not care to know, threw her food on a guy in Starbucks and then turned around and demanded for a refund for that food he threw on the guy. Honestly, it doesn't get crazier, but let's watch.
Damn. Give me my money back. Give me my money back. Yes, you can, and I know you can. Give me my money back. Melissa, talk over. I'm gonna sit here and you're gonna give me my money. I don't give a about security. Give me my money. I'm not your. I will call my son to whoop your maggot ass. Go ahead. Corey. Shit. You think I won't, motherfucker? You think I won't? Give me my money back. Then okay, the hell shit. You want her goddamn money? You damn right I want my money.
Why is she proud of her shoes, dude? Convenient place to put them.
Think I won't fucking call my son to whoop your ass? Give me my money. Thank you. You got that money. I'm going to fucking die. I'm not going to sorry no more. The fuck? You want you to call me a bitch? Is that exactly bullshit? I don't deserve you calling me a bitch. I don't deserve it either. I don't deserve it either. You deserve your shit. Give me my money, girl. Let me get the fuck out of here. I got a job to go to. Okay then. You have a job to make you take 30 fucking pounds of jail. You decided to call me a bitch, so you damn right I did. Because you're acting like one right now. He need to give me my money and I'll leave the store. I'm fine. Give me my money. You damn right. He called me a bitch. So you can get the hell out of here. Give me my money. Okay, give me my money. He gives it to me right now. He's serving me food. It sure is. It sure is. It's assault. It's assault. It's assault. We have witnesses. It's assault. Fuck out of here. Corey? Renee, want to take Corey? Son. Renee, want to take for Corey? Son, I want you to come over here. Come over here right now. Come over here right now. Because if I go to jail, I want you to dog walk this boy. I'm at Starbucks on Ellis, on O'Farrell, and Silo Minglet.
Well. There we go again. Another person who looks like me, and a very mature one at that. Now, I don't care what transpired between this woman and that man covered a milkshake or ice cream. I mean, I heard her say that he called her a but at this point, I don't really care. The only thing I care about is that this man is covered in milkshake from head to toe. There is no amount of verbal insult that should warrant a person to physically assault another person like this. This woman baptized this man with her dessert. Then she still had the audacity to demand for a refund. every fund of the money she spent in purchasing that drink, which she threw over that guy's body. How entitled can these people get? And on top of all this, she is still the one accusing the poor guy of assault.
Sure is. It's assault. It's assault. It's assault.
How did we find ourselves in this kind of upside down world? she's accusing him of having assaulted her. Oh my God. How did we get here? And I am pissed that these guys, whom I'm assuming are the security guys, did not detain her immediately they saw what she did to that man. They just stood there, pampering her entitled self and speaking to her in quiet tones as if she deserved that kind of courtesy. In all of this mess, the biggest thing that broke my heart was when she started calling her son on phone to come and beat up someone for her. That particular moment was so heartbreaking for me because what it shows is that this woman have passed on her vile behavior to her son. Her son will carry on with her degenerate behavior and the cycle continues. That is just appalling. I have truly come to understand that my rants and criticisms alone would not totally solve this kind of problems. What would really bring about normalcy as far as this type of headache is concerned is accountability. Making these people accountable for whatever they do, for whatever public nuisance they cause, for whatever assaults they keep dishing out to people in fast food. We need to make them accountable. The problem is that these people have been effing around for quite a long time, but they have never really been made to find out. It is high time degenerate societal plagues like this start finding out for their effing around. She should be arrested for public misconduct or public nuisance, whichever one fits, charged for assault and banned from every fast food on the face of the planet. She should be taught a serious lesson so that her entitled self would learn better etiquette. There's a reason these people who act so crazy and tough, loud and ratchet, never behave this way when a fellow black person is involved. They are very much aware that their fellow black person would not tolerate such entitlement from them. They know that trying out this stupidity on a fellow black person would give them a dose of their own medicine. So they never try it. I am ashamed of people like this woman. But most of all, I hope that the police and law enforcement authorities would stop indulging these people in this sort of behavior and start dealing with them in a more disciplinary way. But as always, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions. You can disagree or agree with me, but do so respectfully in the comment section below. Again, if you're not yet subscribed to my channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership if you like, or buy me a coffee as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Yeah, that made me laugh too. Baptized in milkshake.
I don't give a f about security. Give me my money. I'm not.
Before I want to get them.
Yeah, I know, but this is from.
Oh gee, you got your braids and I love them.
Yeah, thanks.
I want to get them for longitude. I think they're so exotic.
You shouldn't. My culture isn't an accessory.
What do you mean? I've never tried them before. I want to get them.
Yeah, I know, but this is for my culture, not for your fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known, but I had to learn.
I should have known, but I had to learn.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you're welcome back to Modi Speaks. Yes, we're gonna be talking about this culture appropriation thing again, because it turns out the previous video I made about this topic was not enough to educate these gatekeepers. So yeah, I'm going to be giving them another free lesson again. But before we dive into all that, I just want to specifically say a big thank you to this supporter of mine, They bought me 500 coffees at a go. It was amazing, and I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much to Lucky Rooster Farm. I really, really appreciate it. And I want to say a big thank you again to my wonderful supporters at Buy Me a Coffee who have been fueling my enthusiasm and passion. I appreciate the support too. And for those of you who signed up for my membership, thank you so much. Also for my viewers and my subscribers, thank you so much, and God bless you for joining me in dismantling the bias. Let's do more. All right, so we're going to be looking at this video from this school by the name of Villiers, which is a secondary school in Limerick, Ireland. After coming across this ridiculous video, I decided to visit their website, and I was dumbfounded, like literally dumbfounded by what I saw there. But let me not get ahead of myself, okay? Let us first take a look at this video, then we would come back and talk about it.
OMG, you got your braids and I love them.
Yeah, thanks.
I want to get them for longitude. I think they're so exotic.
You shouldn't. My culture isn't an accessory.
What do you mean? I've never tried them before. I want to get them.
Yeah, I know, but this is for my culture, not for your fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known, but I had to learn.
I should have known, but I had to learn. I should have known, but I had to learn.
Why cannot wear your braids if I'm white? Because that is cultural appropriation.
Cultural appropriation is the act of taking or using things from a culture that is not your own, especially without showing that you understand or respect this culture.
Tell me this, would Leah wear braids in a job interview or in a formal situation?
She only wants braids because they're exotic.
She will not wear them for an everyday purpose.
For Grace, it is more of a costume for the concert, but for Shalom, it is part of her culture and who she identifies as.
People like Grace can pick and choose what she takes from black culture, as others cannot, like Shalom. It's a protective hairstyle.
Sadly, cultural appropriation has been normalized nowadays, and many people from different cultures experience it.
So please, appreciate and respect other cultures without disrespecting them. This video is made by People of Color Alliance, Villiers.
I have said it before, and I will say it again. Cultural appropriation is taking something that has been established as unique to a different culture and portraying it as your own invention or your culture's invention when it isn't, or making mockery of it. Now, if Americans are hosting tea ceremonies and claiming that they invented China ware, that will be cultural appropriation. But it is not cultural appropriation for Americans to drink tea or use China ware. Cultural appropriation will be Indians claiming they invented cars, but it is not cultural appropriation for Indians to own and ride cars. Now, looking at these school students, you can clearly see that they are all wearing Western clothes, and more specifically, a cravat. It is commonly called a tie these days, but the original name of this item is a cravat. Now, let's take a look at the origin of the cravat. The cravat originated in the 1630s as a military neck scarf worn by Croatian mercenaries serving in the French army during the 30 Years' War. It became a fashion craze across Europe, with both men and women wearing fabric around their necks, and it was eventually simplified and standardized, becoming the modern necktie in the late 19th and 20th centuries. I guarantee you that none of these students we saw in this video are Croatians, but they are all wearing a cravat. Forget about the jacket and the Western shirt. Let's focus on the cravat. They are all wearing a cravat, a unique piece of clothing embedded in the Croatian culture. Yet, they have the audacity to drone on about cultural appropriation. It is very appalling that when you go on the internet and you look up the meaning of cultural appropriation, you would see very nonsensical definitions that do no justice to the real meaning of that concept. The left have polarized and destroyed all atom of common sense, even on the internet, to the extent that the correct definition of words have been totally wiped off the face of the planet to be replaced by misleading radical concepts. When I did a video on cultural appropriation a few months ago, I found some genuine definitions, but today, these definitions have been totally erased from Google. This website defined cultural appropriation as taking one aspect of a culture that is not your own and using it for your own personal interest. Now, following this definition, I could argue that each and every human being on earth is guilty of cultural appropriation, because we are all taking one or two aspects of a culture that is not our own and using it for our own personal interest. Whenever we engage in yoga, whenever we celebrate Christmas or Thanksgiving, whenever we wear jeans, whenever we drink coffee, whenever we use a cell phone, ride cars, speak English, French, German, whatever language, whenever we engage in any activity that is not indigenous to our culture, then we are participating in cultural appropriation according to this definition. That is stupid. All this outrage about cultural appropriation is wasted energy, because most times what people classify as cultural appropriation is in fact not cultural appropriation at all, but just cultural appreciation. This is Joy Reid, by the way. She is neither blonde nor white, yet she is sporting a blonde wig. I don't think this is cultural appropriation, okay? I can see it as cultural appreciation. If she thought that that hairstyle was gonna make her look ugly, she wouldn't have done it. She wouldn't have worn it. So she's wearing that wig because she knows it will enhance her facial appearance. Beyonce in a blonde wig, looking like a white woman. Now, I am grounded enough to see that there's nothing wrong with her choice of hair, as imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I don't have a meltdown when I see non-Italians playing the piano, even though the piano is a unique element of the Italian culture. It is perfectly okay for all of us to celebrate Halloween and engage in a lot of activities outside our own culture, but when other people, especially when white people, want to beautify their hair in a manner that resembles that of ours, we throw a tantrum. This is just ridiculous. Mind you, a white person that is looking to get a braid in their hair is not going to take a black woman's hair and put it in her own hair. She is in most cases going to use her own natural hair to make braids, or she might add extensions in. But for some black women, we literally take non-black people's hair, non-black women's hair. We cut it from the scalp and we wear it on our own hair.
So hey beautiful guys, we're here today in a raw donut factory. As you can see, we have this young teenager girl, and my name is Jainato. I'm sorry I'm going to cut your hair, but this is what we do.
Oh yeah, the Indian hair, that's the high dollar shit.
So I just wanted to show you guys how we get the baby teen hair. It's gotten from a real Vietnamese hair, and we're just going to do the cutting. So I had to take permission from them to do the cutting because I want to prove to you guys that we sell raw donut, and that's raw donut. We are in the factory and we will take you around.
Oh no, it's not cultural appropriation because it's their culture to use the other culture's hair. That's the culture.
Oh my gosh! We made it! Finally, we have a single donut raw baby teen hair. I'm so happy. Thank you for letting me cut your hair. Thank you so much. I love you. Okay, single donut hair.
How hypocritical can we be? Why is it okay for us to do worse, but others cannot even do a little? Now, this Villiers school is just a disgusting indoctrination camp where young people are brainwashed and radicalized to believe a bunch of misinformation. This school is a boarding school that allows teenage boys and girls to share the same sleeping quarters. Can you imagine how morally bankrupt that is? When you click on the menu button on this school's website, the first thing you're gonna see would be diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about this school, then maybe finding out that this school encourages and celebrates students who come out as LGBTQ+ would maybe open your eyes. They have so many weeks of events encouraging and celebrating this perversion. These are the kind of things they are teaching children over there. Gender-specific pronouns are the ways we refer to each other in the third person. People who are transitioning in some way might choose to change their pronouns. I saw Lauren come to work today and Z seemed really happy. I wonder if it has anything to do with her weekend. I hope I see her soon.
What?
I hope I see her soon to hear all about it. I mean, how ridiculous. They have International Pronouns Day, they have Black Lives Matter flag, their LGBTQ flag, their LGBTQ week, just to mention but a few. So as long as this school is concerned, they are extremely radicalized in the liberal ways. And I sincerely pity the fate of those children that are enrolled in that school. This school is pushing a divisive agenda among these students, a destructive ideology that is rooted in a lot of double standards. They are accusing another race of cultural appropriation because of braids, whereas everyone in that school is wearing Oxford-style shirts and a cravat. That is extreme bigotry. I want to comment again that wearing braids on your hair as a non-black person is not cultural appropriation at all. It is cultural appreciation. You loved it enough to try it out on yourself with your own hair. You're not hurting or insulting anyone with it. Remember, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. But these are my thoughts, these are my opinion, or you can disagree with me or agree with me, but do so respectfully in the comment section below. Again, if you're not subscribed to my channel, honestly, I do not know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video.
Okay, what about this one though? What about this one?
Or buy me a coffee.
What about people that wear Indian chief headdresses at raves? Because I got into it with a kid once about that. I don't appreciate it. And he was Native American. He says, he was like, my grandfather's a chief or something, and he doesn't mind or something. I was like, what? You have to earn to be able to wear that though? It's something you have to earn. It's like wearing a black belt karate outfit when you're not a black belt. I get it. He's at a rave. He's just having fun. He just got a headdress on, but I feel like that's different. And I called him out on it. If y'all think I'm stupid for that, that cultural appropriation is not a thing, that's cool with me. But I don't think people should be wearing Indian chief headdresses anywhere, because it's like wearing it's like a stolen valor type situation. Like, you don't go out wearing an army uniform with the ribbons. Chiefs have to earn that thing. It's not that, you know what I mean? It's not a hairstyle that anybody can wear. So I think there are instances where cultural appropriation is it's a thing and shouldn't like some people are maybe overstepping a little bit by like I don't know. I feel like it waters down the real, the history of America when you see fucking little raver kids on drugs wearing headdresses. You know, I mean, what the fuck on. You know, with their girlfriend, it's in a bathing suit. It's just a little weird. Yeah, sure, go look like a fucking Indian if you want. Put the little fucking thing. Put like, maybe put one feather or some shit. And you'd be like, I'm actually an Indian though, bro. Oh yeah, whatever. Okay, you're an Indian. You look like an Indian. You're an Indian. Headdress. Oh, you gotta earn that, dude. Earn that shit. Like and this was years ago that I got into this guy on Facebook over this shit because he was showing his fit, what he was gonna be wearing that night, and I was like, "What are you doing, man?" I had a back and forth with him about it. We ended up being cool. We ended up I think he like understood where I was coming from eventually with it because of what I was bringing up about it. Like the same stuff I'm saying here. They banned you? Why? Oh, it wasn't by the Vikings? Oh, okay. And I'm sure that there are other instances that I'm not thinking of besides the headdress that would fit for it being like inappropriate. Somebody wants to be standing behind you with your fucking headdress on at a show, dude. What you doing? Mm-hmm. Are kimonos for women, dude? Men and women. Oh. Oh. That's not the same though, Bill. To me, I get that. That's not cultural appropriation. That's appreciation. Just like she was saying, wearing an Indian headdress isn't cultural appreciation for me. You can appreciate Native Americans in many more ways than wearing their most high rank and just gallivanting around with it at a party. That's disrespectful. I'm standing my ground on that motherfucker. You can wear a kimono all you want. Anybody's able to wear a kimono in Japan, apparently. Women and men. I didn't know that part. But so, like, it's not something you have to attain by a certain amount of lifelong work, like a headdress is. You become chief. You're the main honcho. You're the guy. You say it, they do it. It's like communist, ain't it? What do you think? No, the Japanese are actually starting to not
strangers
not love Americans.
So I'm gonna ask a question. It's a riddle, and I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to answer it. Ready? Let's go. I do degenerate things and I misbehave. Then I get labeled nasty names and stereotyped for my degeneracy. But instead of correcting my ways and doing better, I do worse things than I even did before. What am I? 1, 2,
Dude, is that all her real
3,
hair?
4, 5.
That's way better.
Western black people. My name is Modi and you're welcome back to Modi Speaks. For those of you who are meeting me for the first time, I am a real justice warrior. And that means that I cannot turn a blind eye to societal decay and degenerate behaviors among individuals, irrespective of creed or race. So whenever I come across abhorring people, I call them out without mincing words. Today, we're going to be looking at this set of dancing dudes who are using their skills, their dance skills, to destroy their reputation abroad. They are dancing for clout, deliberately going out of their way to provoke reactions out of innocent strangers, and their actions are horrible.
Now, Johnny Somali dude started this shit.
I implore you to subscribe to my channel if you're
over
not
there.
already. Like and
He
share
got
this
away
video to keep people
with it in
informed, and consider
Japan.
joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel.
Korea ain't playing
last week
though.
or so, we discussed about this nuisance streamer by the name of Johnny Somali, who is going from one Asian country to another, disrespecting their culture, insulting the natives, and generally making himself into a nuisance. After blazing through Japan and Israel, he moved on to South Korea, doing the same nuisance streaming, but thankfully he was arrested and charged with multiple crimes. In my previous video, I mentioned that he will be facing 10 years in Korea, but I'm happy to discover that currently he would be going to jail for 29 years. That's wonderful. Now, it seems like nuisance streaming and nuisance content making is the new normal, because I see lots of content creators encroaching into people's private spaces, doing nasty things on camera.
Started with idiots
just to
like
get views.
JSC.
And most times, these nuisance content creators are black people. Now, I'm
Asian
not trying
Andy.
to say that non-black people are not doing this same nonsense. Of course, if you raise the internet, you would surely find 1 or 2 videos from creators who are not black, just doing the same thing, just clowning themselves and annoying people on the internet. But a vast majority of those creators are black, and they do way more outrageous things just for views. Take this guy for an example. He's a good dancer, I'd give him that, okay? But he has completely turned into something else since he went on a visit to Japan. He's now a nuisance content creator because he makes more money that way. Take a look.
Is this the music that actually went with it? There's no way.
Good skills, but an extremely disgraceful execution. This is Japan, by the way, and this guy is from the United States. Usually he dances on the streets of New York with his gang, who I'm gonna show you in a short while, because yes, They all came to Japan together and they are all doing the same nuisance content making. Now, America is very different from so many other countries around the world in terms of respect, value for self-control and decency in public and things like that. Dancing on trains, buses and on the streets and forcing passengers and passers-by to take part in your stupid dances is a behavior that have been forcefully normalized in America. So it is no longer a new thing for people. But places like Japan, with very strong conservative values, respect for individuals, tend to frown upon public displays like this, especially when you're forcing innocent Japanese strangers to take part in your silly video or endure your nuisance for the duration of the ride. This guy and his friends are aware that causing such a nuisance in places like Japan would get them a lot of attention, so they do even crazier dances in public places, in people's faces. And you can also see the difference in their viewership when they are clowning themselves in New York as compared to their views when they upset the public in Japan. Exponential difference. I mean, look at this lady. She is terrified. She is extremely uncomfortable. Look at this other woman. If there's a way she could melt into that train wall in order to escape this guy, she would. How to get this kind of reaction from people and you still come out another day and make the same kind of video? Just imagine causing a public nuisance, discomforting people, endangering children's lives, all for clout and views. This one is from his friend. Look at that man's face. Look at everyone on the train. Who knows what these Japanese people are saying in their head regarding Africans? I can't even believe to imagine the kind of things they would be saying regarding people like me.
日本では嫌われる行為だと思いますよ。ダメね。
マジ？
はい、これ日本の電車です。
怖いね。海外の電車みたい。
この動画を見てどう思いましたか？
海外では当たり前だけど、まあ日本では
迷惑な行為だと思います。
はい、海外いいなと思ってもこれは日本の電車で。
日本でできるの？
迷惑。とっても迷惑
ですね。迷惑。めっちゃ迷惑。いや。
迷惑。
Dude, I can't tell if half these people are men or women.
だなって思いました。海外の電車。
They are being polite about it, and that is Japanese culture for you.
Yeah,
they are usually friendly and very welcoming and polite to foreigners. But I doubt they would be this polite when they are discussing it amongst themselves without a camera filming them. You guys are doing too much. If you don't know that, know it now, okay? People all over the world are getting tired of your stupidity. First, it was America. When we are called out for these shameful behaviors, we cry racism and we play the victim. Now we are doing the same thing abroad, and these countries are getting tired too. The Japanese government was so pissed that they put up signs bluntly stating that they do not want black people displaying their shameful behaviors in their country. That Japan is not a theme park. They did
would
not
get sued if that was American sign.
The signs we are made for. We all can clearly see a photo of a dancing black guy with an afro in that particular picture. It is very shameful. I don't know why we would want other people to treat us black people with respect and dignity, yet we engage in activities that would make people spit on us. Have we forgotten that respect is earned, not demanded? Have we? And I even saw a video of these same guys and their friends dancing in a Japanese shrine, desecrating the sanctity of their culture.
You must respect a black person because of their ancestors were beaten. You know, anything, lady?
Yeah, imagine the disrespect. In another video, they were wearing Japanese traditional attires, doing flips and bothering people in public.
Oh, that's kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like, people are going there to see Japan, and then you got these two clowns, like, through the center of attention.
These are the same people who would accuse other races of cultural appropriation because those people from other races wore braids in their own hair. The double standard. I always find myself bracing myself each time I go online these days because I do not know what other nonsense my people have done to smear my own reputation. Looking at these guys rolling on the dirty floor where everyone is spitting and walking on. It's
Well, they don't
just
spit in Japan, probably.
for me. I wouldn't want to be seen as a dirty and unhygienic person by the Japanese people if I ever visit their country. Representations like this is so disgusting and destructive. I would never resort to this kind of behavior. And so many black people out there would never behave like this. But the active and loud minority of idiots among us are sending a very negative and dirty, bad message to the world about people who look like me. Now, I am not saying that dancing in public is totally unacceptable.
Shut the fuck up. I just let you in here.
Dances, and their videos come out really nice and appropriate because their main aim is to showcase the dance respectfully without bothering people. These guys, on the other hand, are looking for clouds, and they are more concerned with getting a reaction out of people. And they are making people uncomfortable in order to get these reactions and get views. They have left their own country and they are now causing a problem in a foreign country. This is not a good look for America, but most importantly, this is not a good look for Black Americans, okay? This is wrong. It is disgraceful, and it is destroying the reputation of the Black community.
Yeah,
but anyways, these are my thoughts and these are my opinions.
It's helping to destroy it. It's not helping to not destroy it for sure.
Walmart joining a growing list of companies rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives amid growing pressure from conservative activists.
I am very proud to report to you guys that Walmart has decided on making some changes.
The largest retailer in the world confirming it will curb racial equity training for employees, no longer consider suppliers' race or gender to boost diversity, stop selling LGBTQ-themed items online that are marketed to children, including chest binders for youth going through a gender change, and end funding for its Racial Equity Center, a 5-year philanthropic effort launched after the police killing of George Floyd in 2020.
Thank goodness that shit's starting to wear off.
And a racial justice reckoning.
God.
Walmart, which employs roughly 1.6 million workers in the U.S.,
it's because this administration's over
in the
with,
Human Rights
dude.
Campaign's Corporate Equality Index, following the same move by Ford, Harley-Davidson, Lowe's, and Molson Coors.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you're welcome back to Modi Speaks. Yes, it has begun. Our hard work is finally paying off. Walmart, the world's largest retail store, is finally cancelling all their DEI initiatives in their workplace.
White people weren't going to stand up for that shit,
I
dude.
really get people telling me
Fuck
that it
outta
wouldn't
here.
make any difference
Racist
that
shit.
people like me are
We
coming
can't
out
get a
on the
job 'cause
internet
we're
to
white
criticize one or two crazy ideologies. Your voice don't really matter. Allow people to do what they want to do. Your criticism wouldn't really change anything. It wouldn't really
When
make any difference.
Caucasoids are known for having bigger brains, what kind of sense does that make? Look it up before you fucking do anything stupid. Caucasoids, negroids, mongoloid brain sizes. Fuck you two. I'm gonna tell people every day about it. You can't get rid of me.
Difference. Well, I would love to say boo-hoo to people with this kind of mindset, people who are trying to discourage people like you and I from speaking out against this evil that we are seeing in our society today. One thing I have always known is that evil can only prevail in a society where good men do nothing. If you want evil to thrive, then all you have to do as an upright individual is to sit back, fold your hands, and do nothing. And that is an option I would never choose. Over the past few years, many reasonable commentators have been boldly speaking out against this government-sponsored discrimination and oppression called DEI. The left said DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. But one thing every reasonable person knows is that DEI have never been diverse for all. It have never been equitable for all or inclusive for all. We have seen more division and discrimination in corporate society and in general society at large since the introduction of this divisive ideology. But after several backlash against it from reasonable conservative commentators, some companies are coming back to sanity and squashing DEI initiatives off of their policy. We saw this happen with Ford Motor Company, Harley Davidson too, I think, did it. Even Lowe's got rid of their DEI nonsense. And now Walmart have followed suit. According to the article published by Guardian, Walmart said, "Our purpose to help people save money and live better has been at our core since our founding 62 years ago and continues to guide us today. We can deliver on it because we are willing to change alongside our associates and customers who represent all of America." Oh, this is wonderful. We've been on a journey and know we aren't perfect, but every decision comes from a place of wanting to foster a sense of belonging to open doors to opportunities for all our associates, customers, and suppliers, and to be a Walmart for everyone. Walmart will cut down the $100 million.
What's interesting is why was the fucking LGBT stuff that was supposedly marketed to children, how is that considered DEI? Oh, diversity? They have diversity, maybe? They got a little too diverse? Like, how is that considered something? Like, do kids really have the same rights as adults? Like, for instance, we don't need kids to be able to go up in a fucking porn shop and buy porn magazines. They're not even allowed to. Why the fuck would we need them to have the ability to, like, buy weird shit off? Like, I guess parents could have been buying that stuff. I want to get my daughter or my son a chest thingy. Press his chest in, or would it be the daughter? The daughter, yeah. So it doesn't look like she has titties. That's weird. Imagine buying that for your daughter.
2025, and not only that, Walmart will also be removing LGBTQ plus merchandise that is targeted towards children, including chest binders and books that used to be available on Walmart.com. Also, Walmart is removing the use of used to be.
Oh, it's a woman. It hasn't transitioned all the way, so they have a fucking vagina still. It's about a transgender dad giving birth. What the hell? Fuck, that's weird. So it's a tranny that wants to be a man, but wants to also keep all their women parts. Now that's some next level shit to me. I didn't even know they were really doing it like that. Is that popular? Like beard and looking like a dude, but still with a vagina? That's true. You know what? I bet it is, because I bet a lot of dudes are out here cross-dressing, saying they're trannies. To get that tranny clout. Cross-dressers don't get the same clout. You got to put the tranny flag up. You get all the perks.
Be available on Walmart.com. Also, Walmart is removing the use of diversity, equity, and inclusion in corporate documents and will no longer share data on LGBTQ policies with the Human Rights Campaign.
Oh, you're a fucking weird cat. You know that?
For the society,
he's right back out there wanting in.
This news, Walmart is finally taking the right steps now. But just like I expected, laborers are having a meltdown over this great news. Take a listen.
As someone who works in marketing that highlights DEI, I am not shocked by any of this. I have seen throughout the year in both the spaces of the sciences all the way down to retail a cutting back in DEI policies. A lot of these companies have got on board, as we know, to say that they were doing something after George Floyd happened, and it was all performance-based. It was clearly performance-based, because why do you feel the need to roll back your policies now?
Because it was...
We know why.
Because all you motherfuckers are going to be looting Walmarts. They would have never started. That's why, probably. All them looting, all these companies are like, well, hey, we like you guys too. Look, we got this program now. Stop breaking into our shop, man. God damn. Insurance is going up.
And we know you really didn't mean it in the first place.
It was to stop the looting.
That are about that life, are about doing the 15% pledge and creating.
It was to stop the looting and to draw people in to want to work there, because a lot of their employees are black. And if they don't think that Walmart is going above and beyond for them, especially in the time that was so tense with George Floyd, they might have quit. They didn't want people quitting on them.
Inclusive policies for smaller owned businesses that don't have the capital to be in bigger box stores to grow their business. Those are the ones that we're sticking beside. We can leave y'all behind. Besides, the other store is cuter anyway. Okay, bye.
Well, that is liberals for you, and I really don't have much to say to her aside from good riddance. You can shop from whatever store you wish to. Next.
Just announced they are ending their DEI policy, diversity, equity, inclusion. They are going to roll that back and stop all their efforts into that. I guess this is what making America great again is all about. We're going to exclude people. This is where we're at. This is what they think making America great again is. We're going to exclude people.
Excluding people? Really? My guy, the only thing that excludes people is DEI. And ending DEI means everyone has an equal playing field. It means no one group is favored above the others, and no one group is excluded. Having DEI, on the other hand, means that a certain group of people are given preferential treatment over others. The entire essence of the existence of DEI is to give some people an artificial leg up and exclude people from a particular group. And this man has the audacity to complain about exclusion. What a hypocrite.
Oh my goodness. So I'm sure many of you guys have already heard that Walmart is going to be rolling back some of its DEI policies, which of course has made many of those racists on the right applaud, because they associate DEI with being black and black with being inferior.
So if DEI shouldn't be associated with black people, then why are black people the most upset each time there's a discussion about ending DEI? Why are they so pissed against ending it? But let's continue.
I find it interesting that when it comes to Trump's cabinet, they applaud like seals. Nevertheless, this has been championed by one individual, a dude named Robbie Starbuck, white guy.
All right, y'all, I don't even know how to start this video because honestly, this is different than everything else we've done.
Now, I don't know what to tell you, but you have to understand that this is just the beginning. For everyone who's like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened, this is just the beginning. Because you have many of these racist white guys who are very, very upset, okay? Very upset. When they hear DEI, they lose their minds. So they are going on like a war, bro. They are going on a war on any type of DEI, any type of policy, any of that to cut it. And you have to understand, a lot of this stems from what Trump did back, when he was in office. Via talking about, certain policies that were helping, or he believed that they were helping, black people. Whether it was, the platinum plan that he offered, whether it was, the prison reform, whether it was, the opportunity zones and stuff like that, that rubbed a lot of his racist men in the base the wrong way. Because it made them feel less than. It made them feel like, hey, you're not paying attention to me. The reason why I voted for you is because you're white, and yet you're talking about black people for like 2% of your entire 4-year administration. But that 2% to them is still too much. So Trump loses, and now what do they run on? Think about this. What do they run on now? Hey, they're attacking you, white man. They want you out of the job. Hey, they want to give it to the black and brown person. That's what they want to do. So now what they've learned, okay, from the last 4 years is to cultivate a narrative of victimhood for white people. That's what they've managed to do. So that's where you get all these people talking about, hey, I'm being discriminated against. Oh, it's okay to be racist against white people. Hey, this is systemic racism against white people, white men specifically. And that's where we are right now.
What is this guy talking about? What a bunch of rubbish. White men are upset with DEI. They are going on a war with DEI. Well, I hate to break it to you, sir. I am not white, and neither am I a man. But I am extremely pissed at the idea of DEI. My number one reason for being pissed at DEI is that black people are included there. Black people are given a leg up like we are some kind of weak individuals. We are being referred to as marginalized and less than. So yeah, I don't like it. I don't want black people's success to be solely dependent on receiving special treatment on the basis of their skin color. Black people are incapable of achieving success on their own merit. That is what DEI is saying. Second, I hate the idea of preferential treatment in general. We all are born with two heads, okay? Unless we are living among magicians and wizards from outer space, then we do not deserve to be given special treatments. Plain and simple. The entire video this guy made is so pathetic and filled with victimhood. It was so disgusting to witness. So much so that you would think that black people are so oppressed to the extent that they are currently walking around in chains, with chains on their ankles. And that is why they deserve a leg up. But he still went a step further in his comment section to spew more rubbish. He wrote, "It's really disturbing that taking the country backwards is seen as a win for these people. Imagine thinking that keeping kids off the street, providing healthy food choices, and giving capital to entrepreneurs who need it is a bad thing. That's another level of hate I wasn't aware of." If you ask me, I'll say that keeping DEI alive is directly taking this country backwards, because it is destroying the American dream, which provides opportunity for everyone, irrespective of race or creed, to succeed in the United States. DEI means discriminating against some people and giving more opportunity to a few select people. This guy is talking about keeping kids off the streets, but he obviously doesn't care about keeping white kids off the streets. And again, all entrepreneurs need capital for their business, including white entrepreneurs, okay? Now, giving that capital to only entrepreneurs of color because of DEI and neglecting white entrepreneurs is not right either. Another commentator said, "Boycott Walmart. Blacks spend $64 billion a year at Walmart. That has significant impact." So Walmart is rolling back its DEI programs. Hope the minority voters for Trump are super happy with their choice. This is just the beginning of the negative impact of your new America. They are making America white again. Y'all, please understand they don't see you as human. Get that through your head and watch your back. These fools are crazy. Stay ready, my people. Now, after making all these ruckus, they still claim that DEI is not synonymous with black people. Yet we are seeing black people losing it, because Walmart is slashing their DEI programs. There is this Thomas Sowell quote I like so much. It says, "When people get used to preferential treatment, equal treatment feels like discrimination." That is all I'm gonna say to these people. America is getting on the right track gradually. Trump have not even assumed office yet. Sanity is slowly making a comeback. If things keep moving this way, then America is really going to be great again. So as you sit down to enjoy your Thanksgiving turkey, I want you to be thankful to God that Donald Trump won this election. And because of that win, things are slowly returning back to normal. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving and enjoy yourselves.
Man, imagine if it would have went the other way though. There's no way it was gonna go the other way though, dude. There's no fucking way. We would have to have more people in the country that want to see it burn than don't want to see it burn. But they're trying to get there with all these illegals. Fuck, look at this.
Claudia Ventura has lived in Los Angeles for 20 years. She has a job and a family here, but no legal documentation.
Yeah, why fucking not? Why not? Is my question, lady. What are you doing? Like, I went to go to Europe. I got a passport. I had to do all kinds of paperwork for it. I got my identity stolen. I had to do all kinds of paperwork. It took me years. I had to wait. I had to get it, like, documentation. I had to go to this office, to that office. Why the fuck isn't she becoming a damn citizen after 20 years? You know? Get her the fuck out of here.
Among the roughly 800,000 LA residents who lack U.S. legal status.
Get out of here. If they're not in the you know what I mean? If they're not doing the things that they're supposed to do to make it so, if they're just thinking that they can do whatever the fuck they want here, get them the fuck out of here. LA's just not going to help though. They're definitely going to get the violent criminals first, but all of them need to go, dude. If they're not in the pathway to citizenship, then they're not paying taxes. They're probably sending their money back home. They don't have a driver's license, maybe in California. which is unfortunate. That's fucking weird. They probably don't have insurance. Yeah, in LA alone. Oops. You just said. See.
People in the street is on the president's residence, but no legal documentation. Ventura is among the roughly 800,000 LA residents who lack U.S. legal status. And like many others, she feels uneasy after Donald Trump won the presidential election.
Dude, good. They should. That's how it's supposed to be, man. It's not supposed to be like, you're called an illegal for a reason. Like you're not supposed to be able to just walk around like, I'm illegal. I know when I had I had a warrant out for my arrest, right? I had a warrant. I felt a certain way. I was nervous. I didn't want to fucking get caught. I didn't want to go to jail, you know? They don't have that feeling anymore. They think that they have a fucking get out of jail free card. And fuck their mouth for that shit. That shit's over with, hopefully.
When I see,
I don't give a fuck about how long they've been here selling their knickknacks on the side of the road.
People in the street.
We don't.
Less people.
Do we really fucking need knickknack sellers everywhere? Do we really need taco stands all over the fucking place to getting people food poisoning? Not. They don't have no A or B or C. They don't even. Nobody looks at this to make sure that it's up to standard.
It's bad. Yeah, I think the people scared for the deportation. The Los Angeles City Council approved a so-called Sanctuary City Ordinance on November 19th. This means local police and state authorities are not going to share information on people's immigration status with federal immigration authorities unless it involves a serious crime.
A city ordinance like this sends a very strong message to the community in Los Angeles and to the rest of the nation that in Los Angeles, resources available.
Hopefully, it's only the city. They're trying to make it the county as a sanctuary county.
Keeping the community trusting in their own leaders and in keeping the community thriving.
Now that
not in arresting them or causing chaos in their communities.
Yet not everyone in the city agrees with this decision. Trump supporters, roughly 38% of residents, according to the election results, don't want LA to be a sanctuary city.
I think it's a disgrace. I think that we have to take care of our own first. When we say America first, it doesn't mean you don't take care of others. It just means we take care of our own first.
Linda Hanna's parents are from Mexico. They came into the United States legally, and she believes whoever has done so illegally should be deported. The ordinance will have little practical effect because LA has barred police or immigration officials from questioning a person about their immigration status since 1979. The LA's new status doesn't mean there can't be deportations. It just means that local authorities won't help federal officers find and deport undocumented immigrants.
Wait, what?
I think that
Just means that local authorities won't help federal.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought it said we wouldn't have federal authorities looking for them. We still will. They just won't help them.
Officers find and deport undocumented immigrants.
Don't they have to help to a certain extent? Like if the federal government comes to them and asks them about a certain person, if they have them in custody or not, they're going to have to say yes or no. I don't think they can lie, because then they'll be brought up on charges for hiding an illegal.
officers will start with mass raids as opposed to asking random passersby for documents on the streets.
Like they won't be able to ask random passersby, but if the feds come to their prison system and are like, give us a list of all your newly undocumented prisoners, they might have to, but they don't have to give it to them like willy-nilly. Like the prison isn't going to be obligated to have to send them that information as it's happening. Wait, they said they don't have to ask though, but they have to be able to know that as they're booking them in, especially if they're going to prison. They know that they're not American citizens at that point. Right?
I believe there will be mass raids at factories and in the agricultural industry
Hopefully.
where, according to official data, undocumented immigrants are most likely to work.
Are most likely to work and send their money back home and not pay taxes on it, you mean? Right. Awesome. And increase property values around the area, or making, or I should say rent, increasing rent around in the area because they're willing to rent out places and put 10 people in them. Like, how far are we going to go with this? Seriously, I hope they do too. There's some Americans and get those. They act like Americans won't do the jobs that fucking like Mexicans do and shit. What is that? Man, I've had some fucking pretty hardcore jobs in my life. I've worked alongside these motherfuckers. You check it out. Honestly, they need to raid the Target Logistics Center out there that I was working at. Because they spoke everything over the intercom was in Mexican. It was in Spanish. And I would have to ask my coworkers what the fuck they were saying. Like if it was break time or not. And they were constantly busting their ass from one truck to another, unloading or loading boxes on the trucks, non-stop. And I could barely keep up, man, because it was pretty fucking grueling. But just because Americans might not be willing to fucking bust their ass to the same extent as a Mexican would, does that really mean that our whole country would be ruined? I mean, we did it somehow before, didn't we? Americans didn't used to get paid chump change when we were known for being a manufacturing powerhouse, were they? We were getting paid good back then, weren't we? What fucking happened? Why can't we still get paid good for doing good work?
Believes amnesty is a better idea than deportation.
Companies got greedy is what happened. They're taking all the profit.
That mass legalization
That's the top of richest
is the
shit.
option. We have to insist that there's a better way to treat immigrants in this country.
After the inauguration on January 20th,
Yeah, all the manufacturing
Trump
jobs went to China, so the people at the top could become more richer. You know what I'm saying? They kept their products the same price. They took all the profit. They didn't get it manufactured in China and lower the price because it's an inferior product. They kept it the same and they pocketed it. Yeah, that's how, I guess you're right. That's how it happened.
After the inauguration on January 20th, Trump has strongly suggested he might declare a national emergency and use U.S. military personnel to help conduct mass deportations, a move that immigration advocates have vowed to fight in court.
That would be awesome.
Frangelina Magdasaran in Los Angeles, California. Hannah Rice, VOA News.
We can only hope.
I mean, how outrageous is it in your view that Joe Biden right now is loosening immigration policies even further? First, she's got a wide open border, 10 million plus, and I don't know if that's the number or if it's 16 million, which is some others have said. But
breaking news right here. This is breaking news, and it says Biden admin just made an absolutely monstrous decision. Border expert warns. It's only 3 minutes.
Millions of people crossing the border illegally on his watch in the last 4 years. And just before leaving office, when Trump is about to take office literally in less than 2 months, he loosens things further by allowing these illegal migrants to go through an app as opposed to going face to face in front of ICE.
This shouldn't surprise anybody. This is exactly what we've seen for 4 years with this administration. We've tried to propose policies, programs, and operations that would drive down the number of people that cross our borders illegally, that would eventually keep United States citizens safe. But this administration rejected everything that we proposed. This shouldn't surprise anybody. He's going to continue to double down. This is what he made his name on. He's going to continue to do that, even though the American people have spoken. They want safe, secure borders. They want legal immigration, not illegal immigration. They want a way that we can actually vet people to make sure that we don't have any more Laken Rileys, to make sure that we don't have any more criminals. Yet this administration continues to allow people into the United States without properly vetting them, without ensuring that they don't have criminal records in their own home countries or criminal records here in the United States. It's absolutely monstrous that they do not care about the American people.
And basically, you've got Democrat officials across the country digging in, Brandon. I mean, they're vowing to fight President-elect Trump's deportation plans. I spoke with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene about this yesterday. Watch.
If they use their police officers and their resources to harbor and protect illegal criminal aliens, then absolutely those sanctuary states and cities are in danger of losing their federal funding, and rightfully so.
Brandon, you've heard some of these officials, you know, Phil Murphy from New Jersey, the governor of Illinois. You will not come for my people, they claim.
Yeah, there's two things that we need to do, and and that's what they're saying. You know, they constantly say people rather than defining exactly what we're dealing with, and that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with illegal immigration. But when you look at what Congresswoman Taylor Greene said, she's absolutely correct. If we control the purse strings, we will be able to get these individuals in line. They will comply with immigration detainers. But on top of that, if we would actually investigate them, because if we can show that they're aiding and abetting, then we can go after these officials and we can actually indict them. We can convict them for crimes. And if we do those two things, we know darn good and well that they're going to fall in line. We're going to be able to get this in control. Look, I know that President Trump is going to do a great job. We already have that history. He's already shown that he's going to do that. Now what we have to do.
Just in case you're curious, this is from April 2024. City governments in the state received, this is California, summary of federal grant funding to the state of California. City governments in the state of California received over $6 billion in federal revenue in fiscal year 21, more than twice the previous year. And this other one says that Los Angeles received nearly $900 million in funding to strengthen critical infrastructure, expand the metro rail station, and reconnect communities. And that was March 12, 2024. So I don't know how much they get from the federal government total here in LA, but I mean, at least $1 billion.
Is we have to tie the hands of all of these sanctuary cities, all of these city officials, government officials, state officials that want to harbor these individuals. And if we close all of those loopholes, all of this goes away.
All right, Brandon, we're going to be watching that. Great to talk with you. Thanks so much.
Good to be with you. Thank you, Maria.
Bye.
So yeah, man, hopefully they do shut them off. That was fun. Someone, the top comment, I'm wondering what can they? The top comment is, why can't the Supreme Court get involved to shut this down? Are they capable of it? What can the Supreme Court? I don't know much about government. I just watch it all day long. So, what would the Supreme Court be able to do? Let's see. I mean, could the Supreme Court shut a border out? I don't know. fix the border. It says right here, the Supreme Court rejected the state's efforts to intervene in the border. That was in October of this year. The Supreme Court rejects GOP states' efforts to intervene in border policy dispute. So I guess in that way, the Supreme Court could fix it, because they could allow the states to do their own thing. They're not letting it happen. That's very interesting how the Supreme Court decides the power that the federal government has. Our government's so complicated, ain't it? So many moving parts. I feel like our government's one of the most complicated in the world. It's not the most complicated. And that's what is allowing it to keep working, because there's so many moving parts. It's less likely to get fixed. Like, not fixed as in working properly, but fixed as in like fixing a sports game to where you know who the winner is going to be. Like you make it happen. With only a few amount, like boxing's the most easiest fixable sport because there's only 2 people involved. But you get something like baseball, and you got to get a bunch of people on board to make it happen. And our government is so broad that they can't get that many people to truly fix it, to make it what they to steer it in the direction that they want. Like there's always, so far, there's always been, well, except for last year, they cheated. So, there's that. And that's the thing. It won't be fixed as long as they don't fucking put fake ballots. Fake ballots will fuck it all up, man. Fake ballots will fuck it all up. That's all it takes. It's so fragile, man. But as long as the ballots aren't fake, it should all equilibrate. It should all come out over time. As long as we're not flooded with migrants that don't have our same values. Like, migrants are just coming here to leech off our systems that didn't exist when their ancestors came here. And come here to live in the Roosevelt Hotel in New York. Their ancestors came here probably lucky to have a floor to sleep on. I don't remember there being huge dorms with cots set up for migrants when I was a kid, ever. And they complain about those living situations. They'll protest over those. They have civil rights now. They're in America. I remember I brought her up before. There was this chick that got kicked out of America. She was back on the Mexican side, and Joe was interviewing her, and she was like, "What about my civil rights? Let me back in. Let me back in." They were actually in line waiting. They were like, "No, we're not going to let you back in. We're not going to let you in. Go away. Go the other way. Go the other way." And then they were like, "Okay, go that way down one gate, and they'll let you in there." And they walked down. They let them right in. Remember that night? It was that night that they had him and Oreo were there, and they had to walk across the shit river to get to them. And some of the people would like haul people over on their back. They had to pay them a peso or two. People were coming back and forth with food because that water was there. No, you were there for that night when that girl was there. It had already been in and got kicked out that night. Wild how she just expected to have some sort of civil liberties. Where my rights were violated, she was talking about. These people are coaching them before they come here. They tell them you have rights when you get there. Don't let them tell you don't have rights. It's different there than here. Let me tell them. You can pretty much do what you want once you get there. Yeah. Was it race time?
Final car in place means we get the green flag at the back. Here come the lights in LaSalle.
Let's go. It's race highlight
and the Qatar
time.
Grand Prix is underway. George Russell launches off the line. He'll have to chop across Max Verstappen, who's got good momentum. He's got the inside line. He's got the lead of the Grand Prix. Lando Norris fighting on the inside as well. Lando's going past the pair of them. How did he do that? He didn't do that because Verstappen managed to get his elbows out. Our pole sitter falls to third. It's Verstappen and Norris at the head of the field, with Max Verstappen going wheel to wheel with his rival for the title early this year, but it's P2 on the grid. That penalty avenged immediately as Verstappen gains a place. Russell loses 2 positions. Norris gains a place as well, and off into the background of one of the Hasses, surely of Kevin Magnussen. Ocon and Colapinto stranded at turn 1, and they are out at the first turn.
At its best. That shouldn't have painted that big pink.
Dive round the outside at the first corner, and Hulk's just got absolutely no grip, so he's already locked up the right front. He's got Alex Albon just ahead, and he's nervous about hitting the Williams. Then he's having to turn, and that causes the spin. Let's have a look.
That's what's so crazy about racing. That little bitty, especially open wheel racing, he's done for the day probably. They might be able to get him back out, but he's out of the fucking contention for sure.
I knew he was going to do it. I could tell.
Damn.
There's a 10-second time penalty for Lance Stroll for causing a collision.
Oh, and he didn't even look at this motherfucker.
The incident involving Lewis Hamilton.
He's only going to get 10
is under
seconds.
investigation.
Is that what it said?
So he's rolling as the lights go out. That's going to be a slam dunk, I'm fairly sure.
The green flag flies at LaSalle International once again, and Piastri is very close to Leclerc. That seems to be the closest one. George Russell's also got a run on Lando Norris. Let's see where the moves are going to change. They are debating 4th place, and they stay as they were into turn 1.
Piastri's past Leclerc. Leclerc understeered at the final corner, just couldn't get through, but he dives back on the inside.
And off the road in the background we go with Liam Lawson, and so Liam Lawson is heading off the road to tumble down the order.
And it doesn't always do it.
It's a 10-second time penalty for Liam Lawson for causing a collision at the first turn. And this is the overtake for Kevin Magnussen. Yuki says go the long way round, and
Vegas?
Kevin Magnussen is going to.
Fruity
this is
stuff
Qatar.
from K-Mag. He's forced wide, keeps his foot in over the gravel, and then with a bit of gravel, jumps back up the inside. It's a lovely pass.
No
from what we can see, Verstappen's tyres similar to ours. Russell behind, slightly worse than ours.
Lovely move around the outside.
Yo, is that the same pink car that was all bashed in earlier?
Inside move. Pierre Gasly going for the grippy racing line and taking the place.
Oh wait, he's back in 10.
And once again, Yuki Tsunoda trying to shut the door. And if it's straight line speed problems that Fernando Alonso has, he's got plenty of grip to go around the outside again. And first Magnussen,
they were like inches from each other, like two.
Go the long way round to take the place away from Yuki. Russell gets a new set of
takes
tyres, and it's not quick. It wasn't quick on the front right.
How shiny that tire is.
And
like it's wet.
I think he's going to come out now behind these guys, where without that slow stop,
oh, look at them things. They still look wet.
So was that Albon? Was that the Haas?
Whoa, what the fuck?
The Williams or the Haas?
They've both been whacked in the Grand Prix, so it could have been either.
It looks like a mirror.
If you lifted for the yellow, there was a yellow in the middle of the straight.
Yeah, there was. We'll have a look. Make sure he lifted.
Let's listen in then, as he's going to blast past this.
Check the board.
Lando did not lift, folks.
I hope you report that then.
And then that mirror has been hit. Has it done any damage? I wouldn't expect too much damage. That said, that looks like a lot of debris from below Hamilton's
puncture for Lewis Hamilton off the road.
Well, it coincides with all those shards of carbon fibre being deposited all over the start-finish straight as Bottas creamed through that
Another one this time for Carlos Sainz.
The
mirror on the racing line, and Carlos Sainz has a puncture. Two cars on one lap. So Max Verstappen has headed the race since lap number 1, took the lead at the start. Lando Norris nearly jumped from third to first, but Verstappen had the inside line for turn number 2.
Hamilton speeding 100%. He just brake tested me again. I locked both my fronts.
There is a drive-through penalty for Lewis Hamilton for speeding in the pit lane. Perez has dropped down. That's not a transponder issue. Perez is no longer in the points. We are racing again in Losail. Perfect restart for Lando Norris.
Yeah, terrible restart for Max Verstappen based on his previous ones. He's under pressure.
Side by side we go for the Grand Prix victory. Verstappen versus Norris in the turn 1, and they'll both be going deep. Verstappen hangs on to it. They went wheel to wheel again, and Verstappen hangs on to first place. Piastri gave it everything to get past Charles Leclerc. He couldn't get there. Verstappen maintains the lead. There's still moves going on. They're still swapping it over. Can Leclerc hang on to it? He can. Piastri's still in P4. You've got Russell in 5th. Under pressure from Carlos Sainz. Verstappen elbows out once again. Gasly gets past Sainz. He's up to 6th position.
Well, he's even close to him.
This is Sergio Perez. Let's listen in.
His hard tyres not warming up. You could hear the rev spike as he went for it. I think that was driver error.
That's Hulkenberg dropping the car, spinning into the gravel. It was a great sprint race for
late
him.
in the game to be on hards,
Grand Prix format. It's not been his weekend. It's a 10-second stop-go penalty for Lando Norris for failing to slow under yellow flags. That is effectively a 35-second penalty for Lando Norris.
It's out of the points,
You're an idiot,
given how many laps is going to be left in this Grand Prix.
Kevin Magnussen. Oh, he's not going to go around the outside. He was barged out of the way before. And that was a look at how Alex Albon and him went racing. These two, gloves off stuff.
And this is even better news for Zhou, who's sitting up the road in 8th place.
Here we go again between Albon and Magnussen. That is a roar around the outside. What a great move from a man heading
I don't like how they look now. This thing that they have in front of their face, it's a safety feature.
Every point counts for McLaren still, so even though they're going to be outraged with what's happened, they're going to really need that extra point. They'll be happy with Gasly's job as well, keeping Sainz at bay still for 5th and 6th place.
Lando Norris massively fighting and getting past Valtteri Bottas. Crucially, that gets him 1 point for 10th and 1 bonus point for fastest lap if things stay the way they are. The Dutch driver will see the checkered flag first, and Max Verstappen cruises over the line to win his 9th Grand Prix of the year. Max Verstappen wins the Qatar Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc comes home in 2nd place. Oscar Piastri completes the podium, and we will see you next week for a title fight between McLaren and Ferrari. And welcome back to the top 10, Joe Guan Yu and
Europe are going to continue
finally...
to drink Red Bull. They love it out there, actually. What? World AIDS Day event is happening and Biden's going to talk at it. What? Is there a World Herpes Day? Can we talk about that? Is there a... Why is there a World AIDS Day? Is it for gay people? How long has it been going on? That'll tell me. Because back in the day, it could have been for gay people because they didn't really have much going like before them, and they were getting AIDS more than anybody else. And they could have made the AIDS Day like kind of like to like, here you go, gay people. We gave you kind of like a holiday because we weren't giving gay people holidays at the time, but we could give them that. That's why I was wondering if it was for. They all wanted it. Batman. Nineteen 1980s F1. This is a 1980 F1 car. Of Spa Frank Corchaps. What the hell is that? So this was an F1 car in the 80s, but dude, they're still so fast, man. Holy shit. Scary looking. This is an epic video, dude. Oh, what was that? Look at his shoe. series or something. It looks really fun. Alright. I probably wouldn't even fit one of these things though. Holy god, dang, this looks fun. They're like insanely fast go-karts. Malibu, dude, I do too, man. We had one in Memphis, so cool. Had them gas powered ones you had to have a driver's license for. I used to like trying to break my old times. I go in, you know, and try to get a better time, perfect my laps. And they felt dangerous too for how the tracks were set up. Like you could mess up. That was good training too, man. I forgot about doing that. Like that was good, like race training for when I ended up playing Gran Turismo, and once I got a wheel with Gran Turismo, dude, I was pretty good at it. Just because I had a little real world training. But then after playing Gran Turismo for like a year and a half with the wheel, it made me better at my real car. The game's so realistic. Like I had instinctual movements to like straighten my wheel or whip it back around just from playing the game, because you have force feedback in the steering wheel, which makes it do what it would do in real life. That's why there was that dude that went on to be like a superstar in Gran Turismo. They made that movie about him. He was a Gran Turismo player that ended up being a professional race car driver, and people didn't think it was possible. But that was actually the second or third season that they did it, right? They've done it multiple times, but I think he was like the most remarkable of them. I feel like this track is on Gran Turismo. It looks familiar. You just can't catch that dude, man. It's so hard to pass somebody. At least he's not getting passed. He's slipping every now and then too, so you can tell like you can't give it any more power than he is in this moment. It might spin on him. You definitely don't just top into one of these. You gotta go through you probably they make you in the go-kart first. You gotta work your way up. Mama Cat did not like my food today. At all. These cats are out there getting spoiled, man. I'm wasting a lot of food too, just throwing those. Like, they didn't eat either one of those at all. Damn it. can't read the speedometer at all. I haven't been able to read it. I want to know. Oh, is he gonna get a pass out of this? Oh, we got. Okay, in there, you got it. Oh, that's it. Nice. He's drafting him a little bit. Oh shit! What we got going here, boy? Into the street. Oh, get your boy away from him. Oh fuck. There we go. Suck in. That's it. No. Ah, motherfucker. He lost all the momentum now. Oh, yeah, baby. Can he get him? No. He's just not getting close enough to him before the turn. I think. These people don't pass each other in this type of racing or what? But since they don't want to mess up their own car. It's too risky to pass. We're happy with what we get in the beginning, okay? Be happy with being a vintage racer, buddy. There it is. You're flashing, boy. I mean, hit the button. Ah, oh, baby. That's it. It's way easier to hold on to it than it is to get it. Unless they're drafting you. And that's kind of equal then, I guess. We could see how close the dude was behind him. I think it's the last lap though, isn't it? Oh no. I just want to see him pass that guy though. He's gonna catch up to anybody else. Oh wait, dude, what the fuck? Oh, there was a caution or some shit. Safety car intervention. Oh, there was a safety car intervention, so then they put him back in a pack. Bummer for those guys. And he actually passed somebody else then. Track? Oh man. Circus of Spa Francorchamps. I don't know what that is. Shit! Yo! Yo, this got crazy as hell. What's going on? Why is it so vibrating? Is all the engines? Oh, shit! You just got taken, bitch. Get out of here. You're with the winner. No! Oh, what's that? Am I glitched out? red line right there, and he did that with the wheel. He was actually spinning out. It says he lost his clutch on the outlap, but he was still able to perform well, but was cautious with the unsettling downshifts. It's amazing they can lose their clutch and still race. Thumbs each other up for not wrecking each other, probably. Hey, good job, man. You didn't hit me. Easy, man. Oh, Billy. Your red line's a lot. Yeah, well, they all do, don't they? And it's funny you say that. The name of the channel is Redline Archives. Is this real? Hold on. Dude, this looks like a video game in the thumbnail. I don't know why.
It is going to be a bit tippy-toey in these conditions. You can see the track is still very slick. There's not a single person here.
Oh my god, this car's got so much torque, dude.
You can see even on the wets, the Masters just
straight cut gears.
Out to the final corner, full drift mode. Just trying to make sure that there is temperature in his tyres and especially in his brakes, ready for the start. Again, look at the pit lane. There's the WEC pit walk and autograph session going on. Absolutely rammed. That is as busy a pit lane as you will see anywhere outside of Le Mans this season.
And they have to do 105 laps. He's got lap 105 on his speedometer.
Medical car arrives. The green flag will wave at the back of the grid.
It tells him his lap times. That's cool. On his head display.
7 minutes plus a lap. 5 lights are on. And we are racing. Good start from Keegan Masters. Dropped the clutch and got good traction there. Rob de Haan from second trying to shut down Lucas Groeneveld on the inside line. De Haan goes the long way around the outside of Masters. There is no runoff area there now. He must stay inside. Red lights are on. Keegan Masters leads them down the hill. It is side by side.
It's the same track.
It is not. It is Rob de Haan who's got the lead. Keegan Masters and Lucas Groeneveld side by side as they sweep into Eau Rouge.
Oh my god, you can tell how much heavier these cars are.
Lucas Groenewald is second. Glenn Van Bryce coming alongside Keegan Masters now for third. He'll be on the inside into Q1. Masters can't hang on there. There is run area, but not much of it. He's much wetter than the rest of the track as well. Masters up on the curb. Behind him, 77 in fifth place. Paul Meyer runs up over the curbs ahead of Benjamin Hunt. Meyer out very wide indeed. Rally crosses across the gravel track through the grass. That's going to cost him. Paul Meyer will come on. Filth all over his tyres, depositing some on the track. Drops behind. That's down to one of the top 10. Didier Dorier, Carlo 7 behind him. He's the blowout leader. So watch Meyer drop down the order on the timing screen on the left-hand side. If he can pull right away from this. The red car, 777. Sandy Yonger. Young Flute, Shuri, teenager, right behind him. Taken by the Morris. Was on the podium in Carrera Cup Deutschland about half an hour ago. Flute Shuri, a real youngster of the Fayette family. I don't know if he's an assassin, but he certainly is the baby-faced one in this pack.
You're so packed in. Oops. Gee.
Facing the wrong way. Disaster nearly there. As Benjamin Pack and Ryan Ratcliffe, yesterday's Pro-Am winner, is also facing the wrong way. Very close indeed. There's a Rick Kerr in the black red white car, white yellow behind. Dick Skelton. This is the battle for fifth place as the lead quartet break away. Number 9 in fifth, the white car with the multicoloured livery. That's Rick Kern, Sandy Yonger, the red car right behind 777. Dick Skelton under pressure from Ariel Levy. Ariel Levy has at least completed one lap in this race. He didn't get to Eau Rouge in race 1 yesterday, so the driver from Israel up the inside.
Damn. Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
Michael Stanley goes by Paul Meyer. Meyer trying to recover from that off-roading moment. Michael Stanley in the Richardson Racing car into the top 10. Gets ahead of Paul Meyer. This is the cue for fourth. Down the inside.
You let another one get by.
Bright yellow car of Dick Skelton. So that is a change for 8th position. And ahead of this little pack now is 777.
Dirk Skelton, that's who this guy is. You just talked about him on the thing.
But does that mean then that we may potentially have a safety car? We do have a safety car. Safety car has run away, and Robert Hahn just bringing the pace of the pack down a little bit. Now that will help to bunch them up behind him, but it also gives him room to drop the hammer and not run into the back of the safety car as he gets ready to restart.
Oh shit!
Just under 18 minutes.
Okay.
So a lot of racing still to be done here. And Robert Hahn will lead this all the way to the bus stop. Here we go. We're back underway. Robert Hahn, Lucas Groenewald with the black and orange, and then Glenn Van Bryce, red and silver in third place. In fourth place is Keegan Masters and a Sandy Young and a teenage Flint Sherring. They come racing across the start-finish line. Now back to green flag. Who is going to make a move at the restart? Well, yesterday's winner looking to Glenn Van Bryce, but he ran out a little wide over the curves. That will cost him a little bit of traction, but Keegan Masters and Sandy Young not close enough to challenge him yet. Dione in the bright red out racing car, just trying to break away from those behind and challenge Keegan Masters. They all go illegally over the top of Radion. Can't go all four wheels off on the inside, so they will all wait up a little warning. Robert Hahn climbing the hill. Fastest race lap on lap 2 for Robert Hahn to the lead
252. What is that, like 180 or something?
Depending on how they set their tire pressures before the start, we'll see how this progresses. Slippery conditions here as Spa-Francorchamps. You have to have your wits about you. The racing line is starting to dry a little. That means that the tires are going to start to overheat.
156 miles per hour at 252 kph.
Also, doesn't necessarily help you. Race leader Robert Hahn pulling away, followed by the battle for second, Lucas Groeneveld. Again, Van Bryce, yesterday's winner, trying to go outside of Hahn. Groeneveld on the inside with the black and orange, having none of that, making him go the long way round. And just behind, Keegan Masters under real pressure from Saint Dion. Dion looking to go inside into Pep Bath, goes outside around the outside. That can't work really, can it? Behind him another black and orange car, more orange on the car, Flynn Shuri. He's looking to go around the outside. That will be the pass for fifth place. If he can pull it off, he does. He's going around the outside, he's on the curbs. And then again, red curbs, but with wet weather tyres, he just about survives there. Goes around the outside of Saint Dion. So a chase there for fifth place. Ariel Levy, the white and blue, is right in there. Israeli driver had such a torrid day yesterday in Carrera Cup Deutschland, and especially in the Benelux series, did not get to
They're not nearly as fast as those old F1s.
Okay, let's try not to worry about being down here at the back. You've got the speed, you've got the car,
Oh, it's
so
a
just take it
sim
easy and the race
racer.
will
Oh, the fucking real, bro. You fucking clickbait, bro. Oh my, yeah.
Well, as Trump and RFK Jr. are ready for a crackdown on ultra-processed foods, the maker of Twinkies doesn't appear too concerned. Their CEO saying, quote, "We believe very strongly that snacking continues. Consumers are going to continue to look for a way to reward themselves at different times throughout the day," and only acknowledges they could, quote, "look at reducing sugar." Co-founder of True Med and the co-author of Good Energy, Callie Means, joins us now. Welcome, Callie.
Hey,
so
Rachel.
much of what you've been fighting for looks like it's about to happen. You say that we are on the verge of entering into a golden age for American health. I want to first I want you to look at the ingredients that are concerning about Twinkies, and then tell me
Let's
what
see
you
if there are
think.
flies
So
on
it's
the
high
food.
fructose corn syrup, yellow 5 dye, and red 40 dye. Why should we be concerned about those ingredients in Twinkies?
We should be concerned, Rachel, because those are not ingredients, by and large, that are in Twinkies that are made in any other country. I want to be clear. Bobby Kennedy is not saying he's going to take the Twinkies away, but we should be starting to ask questions, as 77% of young adults aren't eligible to join the military in the United States due to metabolic health, due to food. we have these things called GRAS standards. No other country has them, where food companies can self-police. You know, that's not conservative, it's not liberal, it just doesn't make sense. We have 10,000 ingredients that aren't allowed in European foods. Even more alarmingly, Rachel, we subsidize this food.
Yeah.
You know, again, Twinkies should exist, but I was just on Amazon right before this show. They're available for SNAP. You can buy them with food stamp dollars right now, Twinkies. Additionally, Twinkies actually qualify for federally funded school lunch programs. There's no nutrition or sugar limits on federally funded school lunches. The last thing I'll mention, the USDA essentially recommends Twinkies for 2-year-olds. The USDA right now, our guidelines, which are very corrupt, say that 10% of a 2-year-old's diet can be added sugar. So by the letter of the nutrition guidelines, we're actually recommending Twinkies to kids. So as you said, there's a real optimistic vision here. I think the food industry is not fully understanding what President Trump and RFK are saying. They're saying, let's get all stakeholders together. Let's have American food be the most nutritious food in the world and the best food in the world.
So when you talk about how it's actually recommended to 2-year-olds, Twinkies, explain the corruption that happens to get that Twinkie on a list of acceptable foods. Because, by the way, the ingredients, I put that list of ingredients, they're actually chemicals, right?
They're chemical. I don't think it should be called Red 40. It should be called crude oil. That's what Red 40 is. It's crude oil with a couple other molecules. Well, let me get into this corruption, because as Donald Trump and as President Trump and RFK have said, the first step is to get corruption out of the science. So the USDA Nutrition Guidelines Committee, you can't even believe this, but they're able to accept money from food and pharma companies. 19 out of the 20 advisors on that committee accept money from those industries. You can't even make this up, but 30% of President Biden's committee accepted money from GLP-1 makers, from Ozempic, from a Danish pharmaceutical company, Novo Nordisk. So you have just innate conflicts of interest that infect the USDA nutrition guidelines, infect our federal school lunch guidelines, infect our SNAP program. So before we talk about any policy whatsoever, let's just reconstitute that Nutrition Guidelines Committee and say you cannot accept money from food or pharma companies if you're going to be making recommendations for our kids.
Yeah, makes sense to me. By the way, this week, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to Capitol Hill. They're going to talk about DOGE, this effort, this new agency that's being created to cut down on expenses. What could cut down on government expenses more than getting people healthy? The number one thing we spend money on is healthcare.
Oh my gosh. I think the connection between Maha and Doge is a huge opportunity. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have been tweeting about this, actually. The biggest part of our budget and the fastest growing part of our budget is healthcare costs. And that is because we're getting sick. It's not the technicalities of policy. We're the sickest country in the world, and that's what's driving up so much inefficiency. So actually making our healthcare system more efficient, asking how we can spend money more effectively, that's actually asking how we can get healthier. So I think this connection between the DOGE effort and Bobby Kennedy's HHS, with incredible picks like Jay Bhattacharya, Marty McCary, Jim O'Neill, we can really do a lot. And I can tell you there's close collaboration happening between those two organizations.
Yeah, and Brooke Rollins at Agriculture, which is the other piece of that puzzle. So excited for what we're on the verge of this, as you call it, the golden era, the golden age of health for America. You've been on the forefront of this, and I'm just happy to see your dreams come true, Callie. Let's get it done.
Well, Rachel, you've been talking about it for a long time, and we are on the verge of a golden age here.
Awesome. Thanks, Callie. Come back.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And
They're spraying these people with water constantly, it looks like.
მე მივალ და გადავიღებ იქიდან ლაივი. ეხლა იმას წავშლიქ იმას. ოპს. ის power bank-ი მომეცი მაინც.
Yeah. What's it gonna look like here once Trump gets in office? It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
Missed a death. A judge judge has dismissed a defamation lawsuit filed against Fox News by Ray Epps, an Arizona man who was at the center of controversy over the January 6th Capitol riot. Epps had claimed Fox News falsely accused him of being a federal informant who helped orchestrate the riot. Fox hosts, including former primetime anchor Tucker Carlson, raised questions about Epps's role in the events, playing video clips of Epps at the Capitol on his show. Carlson pointed to the fact that he hadn't been charged as proof he might be working with the government.
We need to go in to the Capitol.
But no charges have ever been filed against Ray Epps, despite the fact there's no question he did it, because once more, it's on tape. That's very strange. It just is.
Epps was later charged with misdemeanor disorderly conduct and sued Fox News for defamation. But a judge now dismissing the case, ruling that the network's statements were protected under the First Amendment. Fox News defended its coverage, arguing its hosts were merely offering opinions, not making factual assertions about Epps's involvement. The network celebrated the ruling, pointing to 2 other recent defamation lawsuits against them that were also dismissed. One filed by Tony Bobulinski, a former associate of Hunter Biden, and another by disinformation expert Nina Jankowicz. A statement from Fox News saying, following the dismissals of the Jankowicz, Bobulinski, and now Epps cases, Fox News is pleased with these back-to-back decisions from federal courts preserving the press freedoms of the First Amendment. Fox News still has a major separate case coming up, a multi-billion-dollar defamation suit from the voting technology company Smartmatic, which is set to go to trial next year. Thanks for watching our news update. For more stories that matter to you, download the Straight Arrow News app or visit us online at san.com.
But you mention it. You're welcome. You're mighty welcome, young lady. Mighty welcome. All right. So that. I have to buy cat food right now. If you're wondering what the hell are you doing? I know. Oh, a little kitty meowing over there. I hear you. What you doing? Don't even look at that. Don't even look at that. No. No. Yeah, poor people. I mean, Um, anything else I need to get though? I can comfortably have this delivered. Send it. I got some more fancy feast for the out for Tux, and then he'll eat that one. He ate 2 cans of it today. I got some more fancy feast for him too. Simon's food and some of the kitten food. Mama hasn't been eating hardly anything here lately. She's eating somewhere else, so I'm not even talking about getting food for her anymore. It's there if she wants it. There was one fly on the seaweed. Well, I spent $85.68. What? Oh no, I didn't mean to get that many of those. I wonder it was so much. I accidentally put that I wanted 31 of Simon's food. Fuck, dude, now he's gonna stop eating it. I accidentally ordered too many. Oh well, I can always take them back. I had to order $100 to get $25 off, but that could have been kitten food instead. But we keep eating it. I'm gonna give him some right now, actually. Right. Why are you so hungry? She ran right up to Simon's food and started eating it while he was eating. He didn't even care. She got a little bite of some adult food. I don't know, she out there. I didn't see her until she ran to his bowl. Man, she's so much different than Simon with her hunger. She still wants his. So yeah, I meant to order like 15 cans of his food and I accidentally ordered 31. Which is over a case. Hopefully they even have that much there. I'm surprised it let me order that much. Get $1.66 a can. Per food, all these cans are the same size, 3 ounces. Outdoor cats, 88 cents per can. Kitten, oh no, Simon's is the next in line, $1.66 per can. So almost double what the Fancy Feast is. Royal Canine Kitten, $2.29. Our food is 2.5 times more expensive than Tux's food, but 50% more expensive, right? Than Simon's food. And she just ate half a can that fast, more than half a can. Maybe Simon's more. No, he poops more. Simon poops more, but she pees much more. But it's not a problem. Simon definitely produces more poop. Are you done with that? I might actually have to give him some more food.
December 2nd, 1954.
Traitors are not gentlemen, my good friends. They don't understand being treated like that.
In Washington, the U.S. Senate takes the rare step of condemning one of its own, Joseph McCarthy, Republican of Wisconsin. McCarthy is censured for bringing the Senate into disrepute after his anti-communist crusade and its tactics come under fire. 1942. At the University of Chicago, scientists demonstrate the world's first artificially created self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction. Their work is part of the Manhattan Project, the top-secret American-led effort to develop nuclear weapons during World War II. 2001. One-time energy giant Enron files for Chapter 11 protection in one of the largest corporate bankruptcies in U.S. history. 1993. In Colombia, Pablo Escobar, one of the world's most notorious drug lords, is shot to death by security forces in Medellin. And 1982. In Salt Lake City, Barney Clark receives a permanent artificial heart in the first operation of its kind. Dr. Robert Jarvik is the inventor of the device implanted into Clark's chest.
I don't think I could have expected it to go better. I certainly could have and did have fears that it could have gone much, much worse.
Clark lives 112 days with the artificial heart after the operation at the University of Utah Medical Center. Today in history, December 2nd, Ed Donahue, The Associated Press.
This is what an F-22 Asian startup sounds like. I wanted to hear more. All they gave us? We're not allowed to hear any more than that, or what? There we go. What the fuck? Why is it cut out? Why don't we see the whole startup sequence? Unless it's secret or some shit, dude. The fact that we have all these pilots that are able to fly all these planes is pretty phenomenal. We're ready to go. I wanted to hear the full sequence. I almost got in a howitzer division or as a medic before I got a DUI and it fucked everything up. Yep, way better though. Who knows? I don't know if they were towed howitzers or tank howitzers though. I think they were towed behind. More room in there, I thought. Dude, what about the Afghani nationals we try to train to police their own country? Now they are all retarded. Well, if you look at the average IQ of those countries, you'll understand. Ukraine, though, I don't know, it should have a decent IQ, right? Hey.
They just told us that. Are we putting the around? Hey, wait till you get in. Hey, Rob, can we guys bring up rounds? So, like, on these? Anybody know where's my fire? 17, check forward. We're clear, 5 rounds fired! Stand by, fire! Woo! Turn, fire! Let's move! Turning, fire! 17, check forward. We're clear, 5 rounds fired! Fire! Shot number 3.
Holy fucking shit, music, go away. Dude, why with the gay music? Fuck, I could do without that. You don't get more food right now, dude. Dude, should I really just give her as much food as she wants? Here. I'm gonna put, how old is she now? 7-month-old kid. She was hungry still. Well, boredom can cause it. I don't want to get fat. I think she has a good body feel to her. Got a little bit of fat on her, a little muscle. That baby girl. Why does everybody have to put cheesy ass music to their videos? Oh, is that it? Sun and moon cycles? Hmm. How about that? Maybe it's just the temperature. That's through Northwest Media. Simon, dude. Dude, say get a water bottle and start spraying. That's it for me, y'all. I'm getting out of here. Have a good day. Thanks for hanging. Everybody, Sis T, Northwest Media, Bill, Mark, Ted, everybody, anybody, whoever else might have stopped through. Thanks for hanging. Mark Bass was here. Hey, dude, had a golden coin. Alright. Later, everybody. Cam out. Thank you all.
Another one.
Meow, 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 meow.